All right, well, welcome back. We are back with some blueprints today. I did a little bit of note taking while we were offline in the one day it's been since I played the game last. And when I say a little bit of note taking, I just want to be ultra clear. It was a lot of note taking, okay? I basically was like summarizing all the stuff from like day one, organizing it, and I have a new notes sheet that we're gonna use, but there's a lot here. So I think the first part of stream, I'm just gonna be like reading through some of the notes I took, and then we'll get started on like the actual gameplay of the day. Hopefully, we won't have to take nearly as many notes about like rooms we've already explored because we've already seen those. In theory, we won't have to take notes again on those rooms unless things have changed, but that's kind of how my thinking is going with that. Um, Also, just kind of like as a first order of business, I do have like a burger, a bacon burger that I'm going to be eating kind of in the beginning part of this stream. So if like people chewing and all this stuff, like if this grosses you out, then feel free to skip ahead. I assume we'll be done eating by the time we actually get into like day 2 proper. Also, like as a quick housekeeping thing, I did create a blueprints playlist where I'm going to be saving all the streams. So if you feel like maybe you missed something, or maybe you're like, I don't know where all of the gameplay is and what order it is, I'm saving it all there, so hopefully it won't be too confusing. Yeah. Other than that, I think we have covered most everything. So let's switch over to our little gameplay dude. One thing I noticed is that there's like a little profiles thing here. So this is the one that we abandoned pretty early on just because I wasn't able to see the cutscene. And then this is our day 1 proper that we actually used. So this is the one we're going to play through. You can see it's the 4-hour profile that was from last stream. I haven't played any more since then. And if you're curious about how much notes we have, this is our notes sheet that I have for today. It's kind of a lot, but I think having this many notes is going to be helpful. What a tasty burger, man. Hell yeah. Okay. So, let's start by zooming in to this top left column, okay? So you notice I have numbers 1 through 45. And with these numbers are the painting puzzles. So in blue here are the letters that I was able to make out. Question marks basically mean either there wasn't paintings in that room or there wasn't, I couldn't figure out the puzzle. So, what we've come up with, first 5 rooms, all question marks for me. Next 5, we have an E, I, there weren't any paintings in the chapel, but this might be a G because the next one's H and T. So I think the word here is 8. Just spelt out. Next 5, we have C-R-A-C. And then this might be a K. So this next word might be crack. So we have 8 and crack, maybe as words. Then we have D blank blank ES. Don't know what that means yet, but if I can figure out the puzzle in the mailroom or the bunk room, and keep in mind, I also wrote down what room it is in case it's not tied to the number, but instead to the room. But considering we got 2 words out that are pretty discernible, I think it's more tied to the number than the room. But just in case, the mailroom and the bunk room, or 17 and 18, those are the ones we want to keep in mind. So then 21, blank, 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 HT. Don't know what that can mean yet. Blank, 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 blank S. Again, don't know. Blank, 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 L blank. Don't know. Blank, 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 NT. Again, most of the letters there are missing. And then blank, 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 EE. So that's what I've got so far. And I think this is a pretty good place to start. So if we do come across more letters in this run, my plan is just add it to this column. I also wrote down all the rooms that we've been in. So that if we come across these again, we're not writing up a ton of notes about rooms we've already explored. But also because maybe these letters are actually tied to the rooms, and I want to just make sure I'm not crazy, because we haven't done a second day yet. So here's the next thing that we want to check out. List of names. So you'll notice here we have Simon P. Jones. We'll call him SPJ, basically as shorthand in all our notes. But basically, I think this is probably me / the player character, but this is not confirmed. Next thing we've got is Herbert S. Sinclair. We'll be abbreviating him to HSS. He's the wealthy grandpa of SPJ. He owns the estate, and he covered up the death of SPJ's mom per that letter from Daniel that we read through yesterday. And he maybe has a younger brother named Simon, and he's also dead. So that's what we know about HSS right now. We know a couple other, whatever, not important things, I think, but that's, I think, the main gist of what we need to know about him. Next thing, we have Daniel. He's the dad of SPJ. Kind of has a strange relationship with HSS. And that's really all we know about Daniel. Daniel's kind of this character that we've seen come up twice at this point, but we don't really know much about him other than the fact that he cares about SPJ, and his relationship with HSS, a little bit confusing. Mary Matthews / Marion Marigold. I think these are the same character. Their abbreviations are MM, and Marigold, Marion, these all sound like the same thing. Marion could shorten to Mary, and Matthews could have changed from Marigold. So I'm not gonna discard the idea that these are the same character. But MM, mom of SPJ, dead, covered up by HSS, and wrote the Red Prince. I'm kind of attributing all of these to the same character, but it's not necessarily the case. The next character is this Herbie character. This was something that kind of threw a wrench into my thinking in the bunk room. Let me grab another bite here. Delicious burger. Okay, so we don't know 100% who Herbie is. He may be HSS himself, because remember, HSS, his name is Herbert. But we know that Herbie has a younger brother named Simon. So if HSS is Herbie, then that makes things really confusing, because maybe he has a younger brother named Simon that isn't me or SPJ, whatever. He also may be the older bro of SPJ. That makes more sense to me, but it's unclear which this is, and it might be intentional that it's unclear. Next we have some KL. He's a friend of HSS. He basically gave us this billiards room puzzle. No darts knowledge needed. It's actually a math puzzle. The next name we come across is this Richard Witt. 1809. He's an astronomer. And I think he's possibly connected to the previous estate owners, because his book specifically talks about things within the estate happening, like stuff in the draft pool. It's really weird. it's not normal astronomer stuff. It's like, there's more likely to be dead ends. Like, what astronomer writes about that? So this might tell us some sort of like history about like how old the estate is and how long this sort of like mystery has been going on. Or maybe it means nothing and he's actually just a dickwit. Who knows? You know, we're just running through every possibility. Then we have M. Laurie. He created the parlor puzzle with the 3 boxes. And interestingly, Laurie as a last name is the same initial as this KL. So this KL might be a Laurie. So they might be related and interested in puzzles. Because both of them were interested in the billiards room puzzle and the parlor puzzle kind of at the same time. That's just kind of me spitballing here, but that might be true. Next person of note here is this Mrs. Babbage that we keep seeing in the security room. They're kind of noted as like the head of staff, so not much else known about them, but I think head of staff is kind of an important role. So if we do see more about them, that might be something worth noting. And then the last thing we've got here is this Denny Revane. He's former staff, which we found like a thing from him in the mailroom. There was like some really indecipherable writing in the envelope, or on the envelope that we found with his name on it. And so we'll need a magnifying glass to probably read that, but just something to keep in mind. Something's going on with him, maybe. But those are all the names that we've kind of come across for now. Next up, we have some puzzle info. Oh my god, this is all the puzzle stuff that we found on day 1. And in theory, you know, we'll come up with more as we keep exploring. My plan is to figure out more of these paintings so that we have that a little bit more dialed in. Such a good burger, man. Too bad you guys can't have it. So, getting back into it, right? We've got 2 paintings in some rooms. Not every room has these paintings. These paintings are usually depicting 2 things that are 1 letter apart. And so, I think I found 2 of the words, 8 and crack. We went over these before, but just again, the chapel didn't have a letter, so we didn't know exactly what this letter is, but we think it's a G. And then 15, the pantry. I don't think we were able to solve this one, but I think the letter is a K. So if we go back into room 15, maybe we try and solve it with K in mind, being the odd letter out. That might help us. And then, yeah, we'll use the left column to track the letter for more words. Next up, we've got this parlor room. 1 box is always true. 1 box is always false. The other box is kind of a mystery state of truthfulness. And then only 1 box has a prize. Pretty straightforward stuff. I don't think there's much here to analyze, but just in case, you know, writing it down, for future me. Maybe it's important. Who knows? I just remember that one off the top of my head, so. Next is the pantry. We did see a note here that said 5 apples plus 5 bananas plus 5 oranges equals 50 steps. We know that an apple is 2 steps, which means that 5 bananas and 5 oranges is 40 steps. I think it's not likely that the bananas and the oranges are the same, so it's likely one is 3 steps and the other is 5 steps to make it 15 plus 25 equals 40. I think that's pretty sound math. I don't know which is 3, I don't know which is 5. I don't know if that's important, but that's just something to keep in mind. Next up, security password is Swan Song. Pretty sure you need a magnifying glass usually to find this, but I was able to kind of cheese it. I wasn't able to fully see this letter, but everything else I could kind of make out, so it wasn't too hard to figure out the actual password. From this security room, we did find out that there are 4 terminals: security, laboratory, office, and shelter. Haven't been to any of these rooms. We were offered office once. Maybe that was a mistake not taking it, but we'll find out in due time. From security, we also know that there are access levers to the antechamber. From testing, we found out that the east access is from the Great Hall. West access and south access are confusing. We don't know where those are from. The north access, we still don't know. We do know from the cutscene that the north access has a crescent moon on the door, which is the same as the necklace worn by a woman in the bedroom photo. So the bedroom had a photo of a woman and she was wearing a crescent moon necklace. Probably significant. The hint for the north access might be related to that woman. So sort of having to, I guess, like cross-reference that. That might be something important to do. I swear I'm almost done with this burger, but that's still good. Our safe had the code 1225, which is Christmas Day. It had a photo of Christmas. That's the first date we tried. Worked perfectly. Next up, we had the drawing room. We had to touch the candle holder to access this, but I don't know what the hell the code is, so we weren't able to open that one, but we'll keep in mind that there is a safe in the drawing room. Maybe we'll make a note HSS because there was a drawing or a painting of Herbert in the center of the room. Might be important. I think that the code might be linked to him in some way. I don't know. We'll try a bunch of different things at some point. Next up is the utility box. We do know that there is something to do with these like VAC color button things. We know that the colors that are offered is like either off or gray, green, blue, red, purple, and white. From the mailroom, we know that pressing green equals blue, pressing blue next to a red is a purple, and you need 5 purple for a 6th purple. We also just tested all of this, and I kind of know this. We also know we get a white if we press a purple when we have 6 purples. So, not terribly hard, but one of those things where it's like, I need to figure out what the color sequence is, and because there are so many options, literally, it's just, I think it's a 6x6 grid of like, you know, anything can be possible. Or 6 to the power or 6 or something like that. It's crazy. Lastly, we have the billiards room. The hint that we got for this is that it's a math puzzle, not darts. Don't know what that means exactly, but we do know that we don't need to know the rule of darts, we just need to know math. Luckily for me, I do know a little bit of math, so hopefully that won't be too terrible. Oh my god, Pieman, you still have notes? Yes. Yes, I do. How long have we been streaming? 20 minutes and I'm still going through my notes. Jeez. I'm so sorry. But I think all of this is important. So, locations that we know about that have been explicitly told to us. We have Mount Holly and we have Reddington. Some dates that are important. On the will, the will was issued March 18th, 1993. The punch-in was disabled November 4th. Staff announcement was November 7th. I didn't write this down, but the game likely takes place around November, December-ish. Late November to early December. I don't know exactly when, but probably close to this staff announcement is when my guess is. Next is the West Wing notice on June 15th, 1983. M. Laurie's letter was dated May 2nd. The Xmas photo, 1225, safe was opened. This is why I think the dates are going to be significant here. So I'm just writing all of them down. Next thing of note is the astronomy book's 1809 publication. That might be important. Other numbers that I wanted to keep in mind. These might not be as important, but, you know, just in case. The astronomy sequence we have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 15, 20. I don't know if this sequence is going to be necessarily the most important, but it's something to keep in mind, I guess, as we keep going through this. Next up, we've got the wine cellar crest. This was towards the end of the last stream. We found this wine cellar, and it had a crest on it. The crest had MCCXIII, and basically this is just Roman numerals. The M is 1000, CC is 200, XIII is 13. Cool. Nothing too crazy there. And so the resulting number here is 1213. I think this might be a code, but we don't know that 100%. It's possible there's some other reading to this crest, so I don't want to like totally rule it out. It might be important that there's only one here, there's only two here, one here, and three here. You know, I have no idea. We'll figure out how to read this code probably later, but you know, if we do find a safe, that might be a good code to try. From our letter from our dad, or to SPJ. SPJ's dad, Daniel, you know, whatever. Some numbers to keep a note here. The SKR number on this was 6789. I don't know that that's going to be a code. There's a zip code here for Simon and Daniel, so 6380 and 6322. Again, don't know if this is going to be important. I also wrote down or redrew the chapel code thing, so basically just one-to-one what each of these are and where they are in relation to the room. I also decided to get rid of the Roman numeral numbering of these. I do know that these are Roman numerals, and I can write out the basic Roman numeral stuff if I need to. So hopefully this won't be too bad if we do need to actually go through that. And then here are some extra notes that we had. This is the last of my notes, and since we're coming up on the end, let me actually finish my burger here. So, first thing that the notes wanted us to do is take notes. Luckily for me, it looks like I'm taking quite a few. We also got from the security notepad, blue memos are the truth, red memos are lies unless they are handwritten. So, keep that in mind, I guess, as we progress through the story. I don't know what blue handwritten notes are going to mean, but maybe that means they're lies. Who knows? Sorry, I've got like one tiny bite here left, and then we'll be able to get through this. So, that takes care of my dinner. And now you've been taken through basically all of these notes that I've taken. So now, you know about as much as I do. I've organized all of this in a way that I think makes sense. Hopefully you guys will agree. And, yeah. Basically the point is, I already took a lot of notes off stream, but I think this kind of organizes in a way that when we go through and start adding more notes to this, hopefully it'll be pretty easy to do this. So, now we're going to continue our game. Let me, oh geez. I can't get the notes off screen because my cursor is locked, so give me a second while this loads. Whoops. I guess you'll just see the notes while the stuff is loading, and probably the opening cutscene. That's all good. I'll take notes on new locations, and if I find new stuff to take notes on, then we'll do more. Day 2. Let's go. Okay. So, still a lot of the same stuff here. Let me get my notes out of the way so that everything else looks good. Okay. So, open only in the event of my death. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. Okay, this is all the basic stuff that we read through last time. The colors of the flowers have not changed. This is the same note as before. Okay. There's this playing card and this playing card. Last time we saw a queen and the resulting word was card. But card and ace don't really, because they're both cards. So card and ace probably isn't what it's trying to call out here. Face card, face ace card. Oh, wait, face ace. Okay, hang on, wait. Okay, hang on. We just had a brain blast moment, so, okay. Entrance hall, we will say this is room 3, so this is now F. And you can, I guess, see now. Woo! Okay, we wrote it down. Amazing. Cool. Okay, so it looks like it keeps note of how many star shine you have in the corner here, and then also how many of these red envelopes maybe you've seen, or maybe they're different colored envelopes. But okay, cool. And then you can see my inventory is empty. Okay, so what do we want to do? I guess probably let's try and see if we can dead end ourselves. Closet might be a good pick here. I don't like corridor here because corridor is going to leave rooms unlocked, and that's more helpful later in rank. Bedroom is better for backtrack, and then closet. Yeah, I think closet's the pick here. Okay, we'll go closet. It also gets rid of a dead end early, so that's not a bad thing. There is a tree and a pin. I thought this was a fir tree, but maybe it's a different kind of tree. Got a lucky rabbit's foot, greater chance of finding items. Okay, well last time we found 4 items, so hopefully that helps quite a bit. Pin. Knowing that these are going to be 1 letter apart, what kind of tree might it be? Pine? Maybe pin pine? So maybe it's an E. This closet is room number 4. Let me turn my notes back on so you can see what I am doing. Surprisingly, this is also a closet. I don't know if these rooms always draft the same way, but so we have blank blank FE blank maybe as our other word here. Because I think these words are going to be in 5s. Part of the reason I suspect that is because this grid system is also like 9 by 5. So I assume it'll be like 5, 5, 5, 5. So all of these words I think are going to be 5, maybe 10. But that's my game theory for right now. But okay, cool. Let's move on. Let's see if we can dead end this side as well. Get something useless out of the way. We can get another spare room here. The problem with the spare room is we don't get any paintings, so we don't learn anything about this room. Which might not be good. Storeroom, I feel more compelled to take here. I don't like Den here, and the reason I don't like Den, well, Den wouldn't be terrible because it would open up a little bit more on the west side as well. I just feel like Den would be more useful elsewhere. We'll take Den. Okay, we'll take Den. I talked myself into it. I think Den is actually fine. We don't get much out of Den here. We do know this is room 2. Pray. And this is a crowbar. You pry with crowbar, so maybe this is pry, which means that the letter is A. That sounds right to me. Let's go in and replace this then with A. So blank AFE blank. I'm starting to think that this is probably going to be an S. Maybe an N. Could be a T. AIF. AIF. Haven. Hafen. I don't know. Hyphen. I'm trying to keep my options open here, but I think S makes the most sense to me as like a plural here. But we'll keep an eye out for 5 because I think 5 is going to be kind of the deciding factor here as to what the actual room is. Let's hide the notes here so we don't have too much clutter. Okay, so we've got to the west and to the north. I think since we know that the next word to the north is going to be like, what, 8 or something, I'm not too worried about learning anything there. Ooh, mailroom. Package has been delivered. It's also a dead end. I think my package was what is it? This is a good pick. It's not a new room either, though, so something to keep in mind. Okay, from this angle, it doesn't necessarily look like fabric anymore. Kind of looks like a desert. Dessert? Oh, hang on. Maybe the... Oh, okay. Hang on. So the missing letter here would be S. And as it happens now, this 5th letter starts to make a little bit more sense as an S. Safes. Safes seems like the right word. So we'll just assume that's an S for now, but we don't 100% know that. So we'll leave that as a question mark for the time being. But that's not bad. Sleeping mask gems. Oh, did I get a sleeping mask? Oh, maybe I got a different thing. Shipped 11/7. Okay, hang on a second. Okay. I have a feeling we're going to need to write some of this stuff down, so let's turn on my notes. We'll zoom out and just start writing stuff down, you know? So we will write down receipt info. So we've got Cinca Co. as the company, 445 West Barbaran Ave. And then date packed. Packed 11/07. Now, the interesting thing about this 11/07 date is if we look down here at our list of dates, this staff announcement was also on 11/07, which I think confirms that day 1 happens the day of this staff announcement. So today, then, aka day 2, is 11:08. So that's, I think, pretty much confirmed here. We'll write down some of this other info just in case it's important, but let's see here. We've got K. Thompson, K. Tomp, Son, and then we've got Department 604. Maybe that number is important. And then like a service number or a serial number. 11577772. Next time we get a receipt, we'll have to check to see if this is similar, the same, different. We'll see if any of this stuff is important. It was shipped. Invoice number. I guess we'll do invoice number. I think that might be important. Invoice number. Running out of room here, so we'll just say this is 629. And then we'll scoot over a little and say customer order number. And we'll say this is 5256. A lot of different things here. No claims for shortage will be allowed unless this packing slip is returned to us with details within 8 business days. Okay, cool. I think that's not super important or relevant yet. Maybe it's important later. But, okay, cool. This packing slip, I think, was pretty significant. We got 2 gems out of it as well, which is interesting. The sleep mask, each time you enter a bedroom with the sleep mask, gain 5 steps. Awesome. I don't remember ordering that. I felt like I ordered the, what do you call it? The metal detector. I thought I ordered that because that sounded useful, but maybe I actually got a sleep mask instead. Doesn't look like you can interact with any of these dudes. Not yet, anyway. Again, there's the utility room puzzle. If we get a magnifying glass, it might be okay to come back this way. Because, yeah, Denny Ravane is a former employee, something along those lines. Had something to do with the mail room or where to send mail to. And then this is the same... Yeah, that's the same letter we had before. Fen Aries. Is this a new location? I guess we can write it down. It doesn't hurt. Fen Aries equals location. I don't know that this is super relevant, but you know, we'll write it down just in case. Okay, so now that we got the mailroom explored, I think we kind of want to explore more west, so maybe the den northern entrance is the way to go here. If I hate the rooms here, we might go up the normal entrance. I kind of hate the room choice. Spare room is probably the only one that's worth picking here. Chapel is rough. I feel like chapel's a good late room or a room that's like really early so you don't backtrack to it a ton. We'll go spare room, I guess. We're also confident in this room being an eye for the paintings. So even though there aren't any paintings in here, I'm not too worried about it. So that's good. Come Coming out of here, oh boy. Pantry is probably the only room worth picking here. Chapel is rough. Chapel's always rough. I feel like the chapel orientation has changed. When I came in through the chapel before, wasn't it like a T? That's weird. Well, it is still a T, but it was usually like a, you know. That's weird. Okay. I guess I don't have money, so the chapel's fine. As long as I don't do like a ton of backtracking. Let's take a look around the room. Sometimes there's hidden items or whatever from RNGesus, but it looks like not so lucky today. Does not appear to be the case. This room, never lucky. Did the puzzle here change at all? Puzzle looks the same, and by puzzle, all I'm really looking at is like the numbers and like the associated paintings. Looks the same to me, so I think we will probably consider that okay. We'll open this door, see what it is. If it's anything interesting, maybe we'll go with it. Utility closet, that is a good one. West Wing Hall is not the best option here, although we do get to, well, do we need it? Probably not. Probably not, and I think the utility closet we do need, to some extent. Because if we find security, then we can definitely make our way through the keycard stuff. So, we'll go to the utility box here. Crow row. Is this one? Yeah, this is C. This is from the crack word that we found. This location here on the east side is the one we were unsure about, but we think it's a K. We were pretty confident that this was a C, so. Keycard off. Gymnasium sucked, so we'll turn that off. I guess we'll turn garage on, why not? Dark room. I don't think it matters which one I have dark room on. I don't know what the actual thing with the dark room is. Never drafted it, so. I guess I've never drafted garage either. That's fine to leave them on, I guess, is the point. Vac indicators. We do know how to create the purple, I think. Thought I knew, but there we go. And then from here we can turn one of these white. That's the puzzle, right? Figuring out how to get to this point where you have 6, that's the easy part. Figuring out the actual color combo, where the white button goes, because I think you can only have one white button, I think is the point here. So only that can be white, that can be white, that, you know, that's the main gist of this puzzle, and then all the other colors I assume are going to be random. So figuring out what this color sequence is, that's going to be huge. I don't think we have it yet, so we'll leave it for now, but we'll come back for that later. Any other items in this room, or is it just empty? Kind of sucks. We did turn the key card off. Okay. It is kind of nice not taking notes every single time I enter a room, I will be honest. It feels like we're actually just like getting to the gameplay here. Although, hallway, we get a key. Commissary, we don't get a key. Courtyard opens things up, but we don't get a, what do we call it? Paintings. So, I think we just go hallway here. We get a key, plus it opens us up the same as courtyard. Plus we get paintings. Do we know what this is? I don't think we do. What number is this? 1, 6, 16, 17. Do we have room 17? Let me take a look at my notes. We do not. We did find room 17 last time. I don't think we could figure it out what this puzzle was, so Godspeed. All right, let's figure this out. Hallway it is. Oh Lord. Okay. That's right. This is the... It's like a coat, and then it looks like a trough, but it's not. What the hell? This is the word. Thinking that it's one letter off. I don't know. It's one letter off though. That's the important thing. Doors in the West Wing are most likely to be locked. Thanks for the lie. We did already take note of that on day 1. So, okay, there's something to do with this. God, okay. They're one letter off from coat. Maybe it's a different word, jacket. I have no idea. I'm thinking like trough is like trench, but like that's not true. I don't know. We'll come back to this. This one's tricky. This one we might have to figure this out based on other ones we have. Yeah. Tough. Let's open this room here. Guest bedroom, observatory. Observatory takes us north. Do we want stuff to dead end yet? Because bedroom's likely to dead end us. Guest bedroom definitely dead ends us. And then observatory takes us in the right direction. I think observatory, you know. Good pick. And then next is over here we've got lavatory, nook, and security. Security is not the best pick here. Nook is terrible. Unironically, I think we go lavatory here. Security, I think security is useful, but I think it's more useful in a spot where we can actually utilize both doors. And so getting rid of a dead end early is probably fine. So we'll go lavatory here. We do also get access to 2 paintings, car and card. Did we figure this one out as D? This is room 16. We did know this is D. So I guess this wasn't the most useful room. Wasn't even an item to pick up in there. I guess I should have checked my notes. You know, a couple of steps wasted, but it's all good. We've got some sort of plant. Oh. So we've got a plant and a stage. Knowing that they're one letter apart, maybe this plant is sage? Sage and stage? And if that's the case, then the missing letter here in room 18 is T. So let me open up my notes here so you can see what I'm looking at. So I'm thinking that this room 18 is actually a T. T. With that, we have D blank TES. Knowing that we had coat, or one coat, and then some other random thing, knowing that it's a letter apart, and then this is likely a vowel, we can say, okay, it's either dotes or dates. I think pretty confidently. I think we can say that. So, dotes or dates. Dates actually might not be bad because we do have a list of dates. I don't know what dotes would mean here, but maybe. You know, we'll leave it open. But anyways, point is, I think we're closing in on that word, whatever the hell it is. but okay. That's my notes there. Brilliant. We do have another star thing. So we can actually just look out here and see the twins. Oh my god. Amazing. So a pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. If I have an excess of keys, it might be worth backtracking. But right now I only have one, so not super useful yet. Door is locked. Unfortunately, that means we will have to open with the key. The corridor is not a bad option here. It's always left unlocked. The bedroom might be locked, and the nursery is dead end, so I think corridor is our pick. I think we also get paintings here as well. Tiger and Tear, so maybe this is a G. Last time it was Tear, and it looks like a tiger to me, so. What room number is this? This is 3, 8, 13, 18, 23, so room 23 is a G. Let me open up my notes here so you can see what I'm writing as I am writing it. So we're gonna get rid of this and say G. We have GHT. Remember, we had potentially a G here in room 8, and then an H and a T. So I think this might be another 8, potentially. So let's, until we're proven otherwise, we'll just write down maybe this is E, maybe this is I. Maybe we have another 8 word in here. I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. If that is the case, we have what word would we have? We have 8 crack dates, 8. Maybe it's 8 dates, crack 8 safes. 8 dates, crack 8 safes. That makes that okay, wait, hang on. That's actually kind of coherent. This top stuff is probably also important, but let's write down what we think maybe 1 through 25 is. 8 dates, crack 8 safes. And we'll keep in mind that this is only for the rooms 1 through 25. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4 lines above this, so we have like we'll make like a box here, right, of like 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. This is the ante-chamber. I don't know if there are paintings in the antechamber. If there are paintings, then this is a letter. If not, then this isn't a letter. I'm going to just like fill out what we know here. E, NT, L here, and S here. So this is what we got so far. So I think these words are pretty locked in. 8 dates, crack 8 safes. That makes sense to me. Because we did find a safe that opens with 1225, right? That makes sense. And then there's some extra bit of wording here, so there might be some sort of nuance to what either the date counts as, maybe what the safe counts as, maybe what they consider to be a crack. I have no idea, but there's like some extra nuance here in the top level of this. But okay, I think we've got the bottom portion of the painting puzzle figured out. Maybe. We'll go through and we'll like double check some of these like um, blue letters to double check and make sure that those are actually the letters. But I feel pretty good about this, so maybe it'll just be confirmation bias all the way. um, but okay, cool. That is that. Aren't you glad you're watching me? Oh man, so cool. Let me double check something while we are awaiting. Nice. Okay. Just making sure that we're still live and things are looking okay and whatnot, like the actual audio is playing, stuff like that. Looks like we're doing okay. Okay, so we can only really go north from here. And the only other area out is through the entrance hall, so that would kind of suck. Hopefully this opens up to the west. The drawing room is probably the best pick here. Parlor is an okay pick here. Storeroom is the terrible pick. Drawing room also gives us access to a safe. I don't mind that. Parlor, we know the trick here, and I think we get gems from the 3 boxes. I don't think we're short on gems, so I think we just go drawing room. Let's see. That was the drawing thing before. Here we have create plane. Oh, geez. Paint plane. Oh, man. What is this? Because last time we thought this was create and the other one was a crate. I don't know. I don't know about that one. We'll have to come back to that. But there's something with that. But I do know, I think this is the one we ran into last time that opens up a safe. Oh my gosh. Amazing. I don't know what the code is here, but we're just going to try some dates on my notes sheet. So give me a second, because now we've confirmed that there's 8 dates that crack 8 safes, and we've gotten one of the safes in the boudoir. Let's see here. We've got... What are the dates we've got? I think the important dates are going to be like 11:04, 11:07. Maybe it's today's date, 11:08. Nope. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we'll try it March 18th. Okay. No, none of this is working. 06:15. No. 1983. Sure isn't. 1993. Sure isn't. We'll try some of these backwards. 04:11. Nope. 07:11. Nope, sure isn't. 18:03. Nope, sure isn't. 15:06. Nope, sure isn't. Okay, I have no fucking clue. That safe is impossible. What a travesty. Oh well, we'll come across more dates in the future. I imagine one of them is going to link up with this pretty nicely, because I don't see any sort of like hint here about what the date would be other than like this guy. But the problem is he doesn't really have much in the way of detail. Oh, also, there's a little hint here for that puzzle, but I just was like going through and exploring everything. Huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing a date, unfortunately. Unless on the back it's written. No. Oh well. We'll come back to this. Not super vital that we get it figured out yet. Passageway is probably the best one, although we do run out of gems here, which does put us in a bit of a tricky spot. Bedroom is not terrible, although it's likely to dead-end us. I think we just go passageway. Unfortunately, this is kind of what we're left with. Let's see here. I don't see any paintings, unfortunately. There's a lot of weird duct stuff up here. I guess we'll try this direction, because this actually leads north. And it's locked. Amazing. Let's try this one. And it's locked. Amazing. Let's try this one. Oh, it's not locked, but it's leading down, which is not what we wanted. Oh man, okay. Weight room, we lose half our steps. Pantry, we gain $4, and I think there's an apple on there, so we get a couple extra steps. I think pantry's probably the way to go. I don't know. And then the apple is a couple steps. Sure is. T. This is the same number. 50. There's appears to be no other items hanging around that I might be able to pick up, unfortunately. Man, this rabbit's foot's really doing work. I get nothing for this. Well, the only way to get out of this would be the courtyard, but we're kind of screwed. Parlor, we get gems. Nook, we get a key. Unfortunately, we need the key from the Nook, so we're gonna take that. Because all the other passageway doors are locked, so this is the only way to continue. Let's see what we got here. We've got a vial and a tub. Tube and tub, so this is E. 1, 6, 11, 16, 21. 21, do we have that yet? Probably. Tube and tub. We did suspect this was an E, and now I've confirmed this is an E. So the word is probably 8, which I think confirms the 8 dates crack 8 safes part of the message that we were looking at before. So that's nice. Very nice. I don't have my notes up on screen, but you can just imagine with your mind's eye what I'm trying to say. Doesn't look like there's any other rooms here. Take notes. Yeah, thank you, Nook. I don't think there's anything else to interact with here. So we're just gonna get on out and back into the passageway. Oh, hey, wait, hang on. Okay, based on our notes, this should be an I. Trees. Looks like a pilot. Pilot plot. Okay, this is an I. Okay, wait, okay, this is an I. Confirmed I as well. That is nice. Hang on. I'll show my notes, whatever. You guys know what's here, but like, we'll show my work. So this is an I. I will just rewrite it in this lighter blue so we know it's confirmed. So now we've confirmed the word 8 here. So this whole word 8 is confirmed. So I'm just gonna do like a little checkbox next to it. I don't think we have any of the other words 100% confirmed, but like we've got 4 of 5 letters on them, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. This whole combo of letters. So there we go. Cool. Passageway. Let's try and go north if we can. If we get security, that would be nice. But we do need a gem for that. That is unfortunato. Dark room, I guess, is the only pick here. So we'll go dark room. Oh, wait, hang on. We have the utility closet. I bet that's how we turn this on. I got nothing but time. But do I have the steps for it? Let's see. If I backtrack, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. And then 7 back. So 14. Can I afford 14 steps? I think probably. I do lose a couple. Do I lose a couple of coins? I do. I do lose a couple coins doing this. Unfortunate, but I think that's probably the way it's got to be, because I can't really interact with anything in this room, it looks like. I can't see paintings either, if there are any. That would be nice. So I guess, okay, we'll go. We'll go back. It's through the drawing room, then the corridor. And then back through the observatory. If I had keys, this is the point where I would consider maybe opening up the 2 trunks in the entrance hall, but I don't have keys, so we will kind of have to... Oh, capture encoder error. Thank you for that. Luckily, I am streaming, so I don't think I need my capture thing. That's just going to go away on its own, but kind of annoying that it's on screen now. Part of the downside of having a display capture over a gameplay capture, I'm going to be honest. Yes, okay, the dark room did pop. Still don't know this vac indicator color puzzle, but we'll have to get that on another run, I think. But now that we have this figured out, we can make our way back into the breaker room. Coat and... Yeah, wait, what would this letter be? O or A? That was what we said, right? C something. So, cat or caught? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I got nothing. I don't know what the hell that is. It looks like a trough. Like, I'm confused. I'm so confused. Okay, this is the direction to the dark room. I did mean to go north, but I guess this works. Not the direction we intended to go, but it's just the direction we went. I will say that now that we're in the dark room, it looks like there's a lot of photos that we can interact with. It also looks like there is like a bundle of wheat, maybe, and then rain, a storm. Oh, man. I don't know. Yeah, this is a confusing one too. We'll think on that one. Is there any items that I can pick up? Yes. A broken lever. Okay, hang on, wait. Okay, shit, hang on. We gotta... Notes time. Welcome to Notesville. Population us. I have a feeling we're gonna want our own section for the dark room. This is our first time really experiencing the magic of the dark room. So let's just take our time with this. Dark room. Need and we'll zoom out a little bit here. Need utility box to flip breaker. And we had this set to on before, so I don't think it matters. I think it'll always just be off or turn off. Not a huge deal, whatever. The item we found in here, found a broken lever. Broken lever. Now, the interesting thing about this broken lever is if we go back to our miscellaneous info, no, it's our puzzle info. You'll notice that we have access levers into the antechamber. We know that there is a working lever in the Great Hall, so this broken lever probably doesn't go to the east access. It also, well, it might go to the west access, it might go to the south, and it might go to the north. But my thinking is this broken lever fits to one of these access chambers. Considering this is one item that we can get, my guess is going to be that this goes to the north access, because that's the one that leads like outside of the grid. And because it's outside of the grid, I think that the north access might be room 46. So I'll just write here that this is my suspicion of where 46 is. And this is also important because the location of the entrance hall and the antechamber has not changed yet. So in theory, we're looking at some pretty consistent stuff. Let's see if there's any other items we can pick up here that are just kind of like lying around. That'd be nice. Yeah, obviously there are a lot of photos. We'll take a look at those in a second. But I just want to see if we can find any other items. Does not appear to be the case. Okay. So this is old photo of some woman. Okay. I guess in the darkroom we'll just take note of like the kinds of photos we have. I don't know how many of these are actually going to be useful or whatever, but let's see. Photos. We'll just scooch over here so we don't run into any of our other notes. Photos. Woman with, it looks like a mole on, that would be her right side. Of face. So maybe we can identify who this is, if they're important, whatever. Print notes. HS, which is probably HSS, which is Grandpa or Herbert Sinclair, has requested yet another print of her ladyship. Ooh, okay. With note calling her ladyship. Okay, that might be important. I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing has a room in West Wing. And now that it's talking about the West Wing, I think this might be related to this West Wing notice. So we'll underline this in like pink, I guess. And then we will go over here and underline this in pink. because I think these are connected. I do think those are connected. As well as the enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark so keep an eye on that. Okay, cool. Then over here we have a tree, some apples. Looks like something's written on the tree. Might be useful for a magnifying glass. And then like there's like a little padlock on the gate. Okay. Maybe this is a puzzle. I'll write it down. It looks like a puzzle to me. But we'll say tree and gate puzzle. Heart needs zoom in. So we need to zoom into the heart, I think. I think that's the key here. I don't know what the actual lock is, or if there even is a lock. It looks like one. It's a different color from the actual latch. But that would be my guess of what needs to be done there. We'll do like a little arrow here, because I know there's a lot more to look through here in the dark room. Syncaco. Is it like a speaker? We'll say it's a Syncaco. Speaker, question mark. We'll do like a little drawing of it. Actually, it looks like there might be like a little box up here. This might be like a camera too. I won't be like too particular about it, but it looks like it's got like kind of a concentric circle thing going on here. And then it's got like a little platform. And then kind of goes out like that. Prox. Okay. We'll just say this is about what it looks like as our drawing. It's a little scuffed, but trust me, okay, this is about as good as we can do. Let's see here, what do we got? Okay, this is the... So it's interesting that there is a close-up version and a further version. There's a zoom out of Syncaco photo. And it looks like HSS holding speaker. I don't know. It still looks like a speaker to me, but considering we're in a dark room, it might be a camera. So I'll make note of that. Maybe here, like camera. I don't know. Seems pretty reasonable to me. So then we got this one. Looks like two very blurry maids in sort of a green area, a green room of some kind. A lot of plants and what have you. Can't tell what you're holding. Maybe a rag. You're holding a mop. Oh, you guys can't see shit. Hang on. Maybe that helps. But it's a very blurry photo is the point here. I don't know if I'm supposed to glean anything from this, but we'll just take note. We'll take note of it. Photo of two blurry maids. In green Question mark. Tiled floors, we'll say. Tiled floor. And then we'll say left / back made holding mop. That's kind of what I'm getting from this, I guess. And then I can't tell what the other one is holding. It looks like chopsticks and nutsack. Like, it does not help me whatsoever. So I think that's where I'm going to leave the notes for that image in particular. Over here, we've got some very interesting image. I can't tell who this is, so image of, we'll call him Double Chin. Double Chin Man. Because look at this sick double chin, okay? I think it's like right here. No. Right here. No. Here. Sorry, I'm doing this based off of my stream. There we go. So there's his double chin. LOL. But basically, it's just a zoom in. Zoom in. He's holding. The zoomed out has laughing man plus he's holding a card. Needs zoom. So we need a magnifying glass for that, I assume. But that helps us somewhat. There's also some candles we can see in the image, the full image. It looks like he's in the dining room. I remember there being kind of this whole setup. So, taken in dining room. Okay, cool. So that image, I think we've kind of gone over that one to death. Wait, is this the... Oh, shit. Is this the same image? Was the other one here? I think so. So there are repeats of images in here. Good to know. Okay, wait, is this a camera then? Okay, wait, it looks like more like a camera. This is the thing that was in the photo here. There's a zoom in of HSS from camera pic. Okay. And then there's another one of this tree. I think this tree is actually going to be important. I think this is like the hint that we need. I think that's the one that's going to lead to something. The tree and the one of... Oh, shit. Okay, wait. This is way less blurry. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, we'll refer back to this image as the one of the two maids. We'll just say there is a clear two maids image. Anything to zoom in on here? Pretty sure closer / right maid has feather duster. I don't know if this is like that significant, but like why would they have this image like 5 fucking times in the same room? I don't know. It's very confusing to me, but if we need to know this, then now we have this image. Maybe this... Oh, maybe this scribble with the magnifying glass will turn into like a name tag, which will give us another name to look into. Maybe it'll match one of the names we already have. I don't know. That's my theory, because it would be too blurry in this image, right? And basically all of these images of the 2 maids. Oh, good lord, where is this? This looks like one of the terminal rooms, because it has like a computer. So, we'll say... This looks most like the office compared... So, we have 3 other terminals that we know of. This isn't security. It looks like it can either be the laboratory, the office, or the shelter. This looks closest to an office than the other 2, so I'm just going to tentatively put this down as office. Office. Photo. And then we'll say lady with glasses at terminal. She's holding something. I don't know if you can zoom in and read anything. There might not be much else here to look at, but okay. There is a thing of note here. I guess the only other thing to note is the right desk drawer opened. So this this drawer, which is like down here-ish, I think. No, a little further down, so like here-ish. There we go. Okay, so this drawer right here, that is open, and I think, if my guess is correct about the puzzles in this game, it's probably going to be closed when we get there. So this picture might actually have some sort of clue about, like, find the difference between, you know, this image here and, you know, the actual room, and you might be able to get that drawer open, or maybe if you interact with it, the drawer will open, and this is our hint that that's the case. Regardless, it's at the terminal, one of them. I think it's probably the office, so when we draft the office next time, that is the thing we will look out for. Okay, let's make sure that we've looked through all the photos. I'm just going from table to table at this point, just to make sure we've well and truly seen everything here, but I think that's the case. And if that's the case, okay, this is again the Syncaco. It looks like this is like drawn on almost. I don't know if this is a speaker or if it's actually a camera. It's so confusing, huh? Here, we'll turn the notes off. Genuinely, I can't tell if... because it's by rolls of film, so I'm assuming it's a camera now, but it really does look like a speaker. It don't look like no camera I've seen. Crazy. Crazy. But it's in a dark room, so maybe that's the case. Can we look at any of these, maybe? Mayhaps. No, these are all blank. Okay. Cool. Let me check these ones as well. No guarantee that all of them are blank, you know? Fortunately, games do like being tricky. That is blank, though. Another clock on the wall. I'm gonna stop mentioning when there are clocks, but I think there might be like a time-based puzzle, and so these clocks might be in reference to that, so it might be helpful to keep track of time as we progress through the game. Okay, we're finally getting out of the dark room after like probably 40 minutes of just dark room time. I don't know when we started the dark room puzzle stuff, but point is, it's been a minute. So hopefully we don't dead end here. If we do, we don't have any keys, so we'll probably have to make our way back to the entrance hall, and if we do, then we are most likely going to run out of steps very quickly. Bedroom or kitchen, or I think both of these are good. Bedroom is probably better because kitchen, we don't have the gem for it, and also we don't have money, so I think bedroom is our pick. We also have the sleeping mask, so I think that also helps us. Sure does. Reddington is also something there. We have a spine, and that is confirmed to pine, so that pine pin was pretty good. So spine, pine, the difference here is S. This is, I guess we'll pull up our notes here. Why not? We'll scroll over to it real quick. So I think this room would be this guy. We'll write it in blue just to be consistent. This is S. Cool. So 8 dates, crack 8 safes, something int sil S. 8 dates, crack 8 safes. Don't know exactly what this means yet, but we're getting somewhere. I feel like we're getting somewhere. Can I get my... There we go. Let me turn the notes off here so that you guys don't have to look at that. Well, sometimes they're like gems and stuff. Okay, this woman with the crescent moon necklace. I guess the thing to keep note of here is that she does not have the mole. Hey, Front K Jumper. Yeah, this game is epic. Yesterday I did a stream all day one. It was like 4 hours. We took a couple of notes. I guess, hang on. We'll zoom out here on our notes sheet. We've done a couple of notes today as well. It's a little overwhelming, but we're getting somewhere with this. I'm just taking notes about basically everything I see because I want to solve as much as I can in as few days as possible, or as few in-game days as possible. So that's kind of the running goal for now. But, okay. I don't really need to note the woman with the mole yet, but that's something to keep in mind, I guess, for later. And that's locked. Amazing. There's no key in this room either, I bet. So, Backtrack City it is. Because we can't go up the passageway. That is locked. We could try the drawing room, I guess. Since we're over this way. We do not have a ton of steps here. But we need it into the drawing room anyway to go to the corridor. But let's see. Is this open? And it's locked. Okay, well, we tried. We'll go to the entrance hall. We might have not a lot of time to do much here. You know, this lucky rabbit's foot, despite saying it'll give me more items, I've severely lacked in items this run, which, not super great. Okay, through the spare room, and then into the den. Oh man, wow, we are melting steps as we go here. Nothing in here. I'm just seeing if there's any items I missed. There is a locked trunk here, as always, but Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not seeing much here. Thankfully, this door is certainly going to be unlocked. We do have these two trunks here, so if we do need to backtrack, might not be a bad idea. Oh, wait a second. No, this dead ends regardless. Oh, oh, that sucks. Well. We don't really get much info from either the parlor or the guest bedroom. Because the parlor, we just get gems, whatever, it doesn't matter because we dead-ended. Guest bedroom, we get extra steps, whoop-de-doo. I guess we did walk outside and it consumed some steps. Maybe we'll try walking around outside a bit, get our extra steps in, and then go walk out. Maybe there's a key in here, who knows. Yeah, there's our KL letter that we took note of before. This is a bridge and a bride. This is a G in room... Oh, okay, this is room 8. We did suspect that this was a G. I don't think it was, like, confirmed. So I guess, like, we can just go up here. Room 8, we'll say, because the chapel doesn't have any paintings, so we'll say room 8 is G. Which does mean that this 8 as well is confirmed to be 8. And I will erase this G. Cool. So that is a little bit of this. Just call me front. It's easier for non-Norwegians. That's totally fine. I have a very American way of saying everything, which is maybe not the best for foreign names. Okay. I think that's all we can explore inside. Let me turn my notes off here. Boom. Alright, so we're going to explore outside, I guess. See what's outside. See the wider world. There is a passage of daytime. Last time we did this stream, it was like 4 hours. At the end of day 1, it was literally like dark out. And it doesn't look as bright out as it was before. So, things to keep in mind, I guess. I guess we haven't checked this side. I briefly looked outside here, but there was so much to explore that, like, genuinely... Okay, can't open that, but that's fine. But yeah, anyways, I was just like, this is so overwhelming. I gotta do this another stream. So welcome to that other stream that we're doing this now. Let's go down this way, see what's up in the wider world. We'll probably call this a day after we explore outside a bit. It looks like there is a little mine here. Maybe we can blow that open sometime. Can't really fall off. Looks like there is something down that way. Maybe we can get to that? I don't know. This outside area is very weird, very strange. There's a pipe coming out here. Can I see where that pipe leads? No. Sure can't. There's a waterfall there. So far it doesn't look like any puzzle elements I can interact with. So I'm not, like, too worried about it yet, but... Okay, this is an area. This is new. Let's see. Like an underground box area. Can I get through here, or is it going to stop me? It's like torches. Unfortunately, I am a little fat kid, and I do not have any hops, so I cannot jump over these crates, even though I'm very clearly taller than them. Oh well. Very unfortunate. I think I could probably clear those in real life, but Simon, or whoever the player character is, you know, very clearly not used to jumping very much. Okay. So this area kind of seems not useful yet, but I assume as I unlock stuff in the manor or the estate, stuff outside here is going to make more sense. Can I run? Is that a thing in this? Okay, yes. Yes, you can run. I've just been walking around everywhere like a dumbass. Love that for me. Um, let's see here. There's a metal door there. Locked, of course. Da 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 da. Down this way. It looks like there's a camp. The campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle. Okay, wait, hang on. Nope, we got some confirmation for some stuff. So we know for sure HSS, which is Herbert S. Sinclair, is Simon P.J. great uncle. I kept referring to him as grandpa because he looks old as shit and he died, but he's a great uncle. Okay. And I think this 95 confirms in my head that we are Simon. That confirms a lot of that for me. Okay. There's still the possibility of like some extra twist stuff, but I think the language here is very explicit, which is what I liked. You are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable offsite sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu tab to return to the campsite for the night. So this is where we call it a night, it looks like. Oh, it looks like I can't call it a night actually like walking in and interacting with the campsite, but I can just go to tab and call it a day. Very, very strange. This is that apple orchard we saw in the dark room just a second ago, and it does look like there's a padlock here. I have no idea. My guess is, well, okay, there are dates. We have dates. Why don't we try some dates? We have 11. Oh, I don't know why I went all the way around for O when it was already on it. We have 11:04. Nope. We have 11:07. Nope. Today is 11:08. No. Okay, we've got March. What is the other date? Notes. Don't fail me now. What is March? There's like a day in March. This was the date of the will, so March 18th. Nope. Okay. Amazing. We'll just try every goddamn day that I've written down. 6/15. 15. Nope. 5:02. This is the wrong direction. Nope. I don't know, maybe some years. 1809 was a thing we wrote down. Nope, sure isn't. Got 1213 is a thing we wrote down from the wine cellar. 13. Nope. There's so many layers to this game, it's kind of unfathomable, but that's why it's so interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just running through like tons and tons of notes, and I'm still not seeing much. I think we're gonna have to find this from somewhere else. There was something to zoom in on with the darkroom photo of the tree that was here. If it was still here, I imagine I could just look at it. But I assume that might have something to do with this lock. Maybe. Who knows? Or maybe it's written somewhere in another room. But the point is, it's not here. There's another thing here. Can't interact with. Just a lot of stuff outside that we can't interact with right now. So my guess is that we need to unlock stuff from the manor. Because, yeah, here's another area. We can't go out. And all of it leads us back into the front entrance of the manor. Amazing. Okay. But that answers a little bit of my question of like what was outside. The big thing that we can interact with here, there's a lock and a gate, and then there's the camp, which we can't do anything with. So I think with this, we're good to call it a day, because we really did just kind of bungle it. We don't have any keys. We don't have basically any way forward at this point. So yeah, cool. That is a day. Call it a day. We were about an hour and 45, really about an hour, because I spent the first half hour just going through all my notes that I wrote before stream, but not terrible. The west-facing cottage. Makes sense that we favored the west wing. A lot of our notes, if we take a look at the green screen here, and I go down to my notes here in the backside of the estate, we have a lot more on the east side filled out than the west side. So a lot of my future estates are probably going to be a little west heavy until we figure out what the hell any of this says. But I'm feeling pretty good about my ability to figure what's going on out. Eventually, we'll figure this out. But yeah, there's that. I think we go to the next day, day 3. Oh, okay. So with day 3, let's try and get as far back as... I mean, this is always the goal, right? Get as far back as we can, and maybe get some unique rooms, because unique rooms are going to tell us unique things for me to take unique notes about. Like, the biggest thing we took notes about day 2 was the dark room. We took so many notes on the dark room. I've seen many streams and videos of this game from others, but I will not do any spoilers, I promise. I appreciate that. I'm taking notes on literally everything. I'm hoping I'm doing a pretty decent job for literally like 2 days. I mean, I can't imagine most people have notes that look like this by day 2, but maybe. Promise we'll solve it. Okay, and we have like this one red letter that we found. We took a note about it on day 1. If I need to refer back to it, I can always pull up that image. Okay, so entrance hall. I think we always like to start here by going out. Coat check is nice if we had an item. I don't know if it's good to put an early coat check in. There's also the possibility that we get something new from coat check too. I like closet though. I love the closet open because we always get a good couple of items here. Oh god, it's the rabbit's foot again. No, this thing doesn't do shit for me. Greater chance of finding items, my foot, dude. I got more items on day 1. It's crazy. Okay, whatever. Terrible stuff. Utility closet, the den, the corridor. I like the den opening here as well, so we'll pick that one up. There's that. Is there any other items hanging around? Mayhaps not. These early rooms, I'm not going to check the paintings because I think I'm pretty confident about those. Parlor, I think, takes us in the right direction, and it will give us something from the boxes. I think it's gems always, maybe. The gems are on the floor. That's not true. The gems are in this box. The gems are on the desk. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that the gems are in the box because it's not on the desk. It's not on the floor, right? So, boom. Wow, who would have guessed? Okay, so we can go up through the parlor and through the den. So we'll go up through the parlor here. The west wing is not a bad pick here. Courtyard's also not a bad pick because we have plenty of gems and it gets rid of a room without paintings early. I think we go courtyard here. Is there anything on the ground that maybe I can pick up, like a gem or a key or money or anything? Is this room literally useless? Wait. This is a shovel. An old weathered shovel. Looks like it could be useful for digging. Is this like a... Oh, okay, nice. Dig spot. A worthless old shoe, not worth picking up. Awesome. Another spot over here that I can dig. An oversized turnip should prove to be a nutritious snack. Plus 6 steps. That was a good pick. I recognized the shovel from the security list we picked up on day 1. It had a list of different items that we could potentially order, and I remembered the shovel from that list, in case you were wondering why I wanted to investigate that one. So we got north. Let's see what we got up north. Patio, spread gems in each green room. I actually like that as a concept. And it also keeps us moving, which is kind of the big thing. Let's see if there's any gems in here. Sure are. Cool. We'll take it. Maybe spread is better when there are more of those rooms, but honestly, I'm just trying to explore my options here. A safe deposit box key. 149. Safe deposit. Okay. So we've got patio. I think what I'm really wanting to write down from this, we'll write down the name of the room here. But the biggest thing from the patio that I want to take away here, patio. We dug for safe deposit box key. And it's like 149 or something. I don't know where this goes, but this might be kind of where a coat check would be nice, because if we were able to find this box on another day, then we could pick it up and coat check. Hey, look, a metal detector. That was the thing I thought I ordered on day 1, and I didn't. Greater chance of finding keys and money. Amazing. Cool. Buried below. Occasionally you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms of the estate. With a shovel, one may be able to excavate these suspicious dig spots. That would have been nice to know before I picked up a shovel, but it's okay, I figured it out on my own game. Big suspicious mounds of dirt, I got you. Few old coins can be spent in shop rooms. Great. I don't know if I've actually... Oh, no, I have bought one thing from a shop before, and it was a key from the locksmith room. I haven't seen the locksmith room, actually, since drafting it on day 1. Maybe it's not as common. Let's see here. The hallway keeps us moving in the directions we're okay with. Guest bedroom kind of blocks us off. And we get a key from this. Yeah, I think hallway's our pick. Unfortunately, we might dead end ourselves. Ooh, metal detector going off. Thank you. But still... oh, there's a key. Okay. That makes sense, because the thing was upgraded. Okay, so do we want to head down, maybe? I'm okay with this actually dead ending, because we were going to go into the den anyway. The corridor is just going to kind of lead to the den, and I don't know that we need to go to the den anyway. Unless we want to go to the commissary, but then the den is useless. I like storeroom here. We get items. It's a good spot for a dead end. There's a lot of items around, though. Let's See if there's anything else. I think those are the only items we get, but might be something else. You never know. Okay. So now we can go to the other side of the hallway. We have quite a bit of stuff now, which is always nice. Bedroom takes us into the direction we want. Everything else does not. So we will go bedroom. This lucky rabbit's foot's actually freaking panning out this time. Spare set of car keys. Is there a car somewhere in here? Okay. Cool. Somewhere there's a car. I guess I'll take note of that. Look for car. Car key equals item. I don't know. Oh, did I turn my notes off by... Oh my god. Amazing. Sorry, I figured out a second way to turn my notes off. Nothing else in the bedroom worth note, I don't think. Unless there's an item somewhere, but I don't see anything. Metal detector's not going off, so I think we're okay. Corridor, drawing room takes us in a good couple of spots. Corridor is nice because it guarantees it's unlocked, but I kind of want that for later. So we'll stick with drawing room. We got the gems for it, might as well. We know where the painting is here, or the safe is here. But unfortunately, the safe is not going to be very useful. Where the hell? Okay, so somewhere over in this area, metal detector's going off. Oh, there's 2 coins. Okay, I'm blind. I'm blind. Ignore me, guys. Yeah, we do know even the next rank of words here, so we don't need to worry about the paintings yet. Okay, so which direction we want to head? This is north. It's a good one to get out of the way. Nook, utility closet, or kitchen. None of these take us up necessarily. Kitchen's nice. Because if we're backtracking, we have the option to buy food. We could also redraw here. Maybe try and get something up, but I worry that we're going to dead end ourselves. So I'm happy with kitchen. We'll go that way. I also want to open this room up, see what's beyond here, and I'm glad I did because the door is locked. Let's see here. We've got pantry, nursery, and chapel. I'm okay with nursery here. Are there usually items in the nursery? I don't actually know. Oh, there's a gem over on there. Okay, we'll grab the gem at least. Any other items? Or did I come in here just for a gem? It looks like I just came in here for a gem. We did already read through this entire book last stream. Gave my thoughts on that, so nothing too crazy. Fire, fur. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's run through here. This is a room I haven't been in before. So maybe we'll learn something new from the old kitchen. So I'm not seeing any items. Obviously we have sort of this thing to interact with in the center. I think this is how we buy stuff. We have a banana, a club sandwich, and a chef salad. Now, interestingly about the banana, we do have it in our notes somewhere. Let's see here. It's in my puzzle info. The pantry has 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges equals 50 steps. We know that an apple equals 2 steps. And so we know that 5 bananas plus 5 oranges equals 40 steps. We theorized one is likely 5 steps and the other is 3 steps. We now know that the banana is 3. And I'm actually just going to highlight this just so we keep that in mind as like a thing. So the oranges equal 5. So oranges equal 5 steps. Bananas equal 3. Who knows if that's actually useful for anything or knowing anything. Beef stew pie. The main course is served only in the dining room. So this is a quick way to see what's actually being served in the dining room without having to draft it. Boiled chuck stew layered and then baked to perfection, topped with mashed potato Parmesan cheese crust. Plus an additional 10 steps if you have a boiler room in your house. I think the boiler room was a red room, so might not be super great to have. Let me turn this off so you can actually see what the hell I'm looking at. Got chef salad for 5. 5 steps for every green room in your house. Club sandwich is 15, and then the banana is just a straight 3. Chef salad might be better than club sandwich cost-wise if we get one more green room. Because we get the exact same number of steps. So, okay. Good to know. There's nothing else to really interact with here in the kitchen. But we did learn a little something. We are out of keys here, which is a little unfortunate. Secret passage. Leads to a room color of your choice. I don't mind that. So this is how we choose room color here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the word 8, so I'm not super worried about this. Key to the bedroom, green thumb, halls of holly, red rover, and then the gold sink. So I assume I just press one of these books. I think a green thumb is probably good. We have the shovel and the club salad or the salad or whatever is 5 coins and we have 7, so we can afford that. If this is locked, I would cry. The terrace, green rooms do not cost any gems to draft. Morning room, plus 2 gems. Tomorrow you will start with 2 gems. I actually really like that one. Plus, it puts us in the direction we want to go. So we'll go with that. Amazing. This is a really nice room, by the way. What the hell? Okay. Okay. We'll need to take notes on this room, I think. There's a vial, there's a bat, there's an upgrade disc. Amazing. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. Heck yeah. And there's another key. A safe deposit box key. Now, did I just find a safe deposit box key before? Hang on. Yes, we dug for safe deposit box key 149. This is 223. I'm just going to write down plus 223 in morning room, MR. And you can't see my notes, so maybe I should make those visible as I start writing here. Morning room. Had safe deposit box key. And we'll just say 233, my bad. Did I write that wrong in my notes before? No, I did not. Okay, I just said it wrong. That's cool. Okay, is there anything else in here to interact with before we look at the morning newspaper? No, it does not appear to be the case, so let's turn my notes off and start reading. Read, boy, read. November 5th, the Reddington Herald. So, oh man, we gotta do more notes. Okay, hang on. So, 11:05, Reddington Herald. So this is like a newspaper. Reddington is another location. This is the one we found in the bedroom, the little welcome card. I don't know what the significance of that is, or if it's a distinct place different from Mount Holly, but maybe this will answer it. Oh, actually, just like from glancing, I do notice one extra thing here. I don't know if this is like that important, but HSS equals Baron. That is like his title. So he is a Baron. Okay. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, the venerable Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair, passed away at the ripe age of 73 after a prolonged struggle with a heart condition that had been kept from the public eye until his final days. Esteemed as a pillar of society and renowned for his penchant for crafting puzzles, he was a source of endless fascination to our readers over the years, not least through his popular column Baron Bafflers, which he penned for over a decade. The particulars of the announcement of his successor yesterday has left his devoted followers with one last intrigue to ponder. The reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculation for his niece and presumptive heir, the much beloved and lamented Mary Matthew Jones, has been missing, presumed deceased for the past 6 years. Mrs. Jones, better known to our readers by her pen-named Marion Marigold. Hey guys, remember when... well, okay, maybe you weren't here for the beginning of stream. We already made note in our notes. I know, we noted in the notes a little bit about this. God, my stream on my phone is like not caught up, so I thought I was lagging. But if we go to our list of names, look at this, Mary Matthews, and we know that this is now Mary Matthews Jones, so she is MMJ, actually. MMJ. We actually already kind of assumed that she was Marion Marigold because of this, like, MM sort of title. So, kind of my conspiracy brain, I kind of already assumed that these were the same character, but it's good to have it confirmed in the actual text. We'll keep reading, but so far, so good. I'm liking what I'm reading. So, let's see here. Better known to our readers by her pen name, Marianne Marigold, enchanted the hearts and minds of children across the realm with her literary creations such as The Red Prince, Swimbird, and A New Clue. We've read The Red Prince. I've given my thoughts on that. I'm pretty sure red is like sort of this thing about comfort and closed-mindedness, and then maybe other colors are like open-mindedness and other things. I don't know. Her disappearance remains one of the age's most tragic mysteries. With her whereabouts unknown, it was Marigold's own son, Simon P. Jones, a lad of but 14 summers, who was yesterday named the provisional heir to the sprawling Cinca Empire. Okay. So, now we know... Okay, I'm going to run through my thoughts once we finish reading. Okay. However, this vast inheritance is accompanied by an undisclosed contractual condition. Given the Baron's well-known penchant for tests of mettle and wit, it's clear that the young heir from Reddington, distinguished in his own right as last year's County Science Fair runner-up, faces an extraordinary challenge in the coming weeks. Okay. So, okay, we're thinking of some things. Man, okay. We gotta write down everything, man. We gotta write down everything. Good lord. Okay. Notes. Okay, so we're gonna just jump over to the side over here. So this morning room newspaper had quite a bit of info here. So HSS died on a Wednesday. And I don't know if it's actually the November 5th that he died or if it was a different Wednesday that he died. But the point is, like, he died on a Wednesday. That was the biggest thing. HSS column or newspaper column. We'll say that this is Baron Bafflers. I don't know how important that is. Reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculation for his niece. So his niece of HSS equals MMJ. MMJ confirmed Marion. We'll just leave it there. And then MMJ wrote, we'll just write down the titles of her other things. So we'll just say Red Prince. We do know that already. No surprise there. We know that she wrote 2 other titles, though, and those are Swimbird and A New Clue. That N looks really gross. Let's just retry that. A New Clue. So those are our 3 stories there. Son, or MMJ son confirmed. Simon P. Jones, which I think we were pretty confident about anyway, but it's good to have it confirmed. We do also know that SPJ equals, 14 years old? So we're a 14-year-old boy. MMJ passed away 6 years ago, it looked like. Let me see. Where was it written? Presumed deceased for the past 6 years, so we'll write that down as well. MMJ dead 6 years. Does that line up? Hang on. So we know that this is taking place 1993 or later. And then if we look at the West Wing notice, I think that's when she actually ends up dying. So where is... Oh, there are West Wing notices over here. 1983. 1993. So it's like a decade. So 6 years works. Presumed dead for 6 years does work here because it's over 6 years. It's a decade. So a decade ago, this notice was sent out in the West Wing, and maybe 4 years later, they took notice of, oh, hey, maybe she's dead. And so then 6 years on from then, and now in 1993, now it's actually confirmed. Or maybe this 1983 is a completely different person. Actually, yeah, no, now that I'm thinking about it, her ladyship might refer to someone completely different. This person with a mole on the right side of their face. It's not confirmed that this person, not confirmed. Where the hell did I write that? Okay, it's down here. Not confirmed. MMJ. So it's not confirmed to be Simon's mom, but you know, it could be. Oh, there's a potential there. There is. The timeline could work, potentially, but you know, like all puzzle stories, we just don't know. Where the hell are we? We're down here. So she's dead for 6 years. We do know that SPJ, we are learning a lot about ourselves here. Equals county science fair runner-up. I don't know that that's super impressive, but maybe it is. Maybe it's a big event. Also SPJ from Reddington. So the reason why the Herald cares about this story so much is because HSS or Herbert was a contributor to their paper, I assume. He had like a sort of column. It doesn't look like we can read more pages in here, even though it's like clearly there are more pages to read. But okay. I think that about covers the morning room. So we'll turn our notes off again. It's every time we get into a new room, I swear. There's so much to go over. I don't think there's anything else to look at in this room. Interesting to note that it also has the same flowers that are in the entrance hall. So maybe that's something of note. There's also like this tier that we kept seeing in the images. I don't know if that's significant. It probably isn't that significant, but you know, just in case. This is the only way out. Hopefully it's not locked, and it is. Amazing. All right, so that direction is locked. So how far back do I have to backtrack? Oh no. We have to go back to the entrance hall. Oh boy. Okay, this might suck. While we're on our way back, I guess we can also go to the kitchen, buy ourselves that meal. Because we have 3 green rooms now, so this chef's salad's actually going to be pretty darn good. Looks like there's a dog food out, so maybe we have a dog? Or Herbert had a dog? Is that worth noting? You know what? Maybe it is. I'll take note of it. Why not? Dog food in kitchen. HSS has dog ? You can't see my notes right now. There you go. I didn't write a whole lot there, but just in case you wanted to see, I swear I'm taking notes. I don't think I need to prove that to you guys at this point. I think it's very obvious that I'm taking notes on literally everything, but yeah, let's go out the bedroom here. It is good that we don't have to worry too much about steps going out of the bedroom. The storeroom is not the direction we want to go in. I'm glad I did not walk out that way. The morning room didn't have any holes for me to dig, I don't think, which is a little unfortunate, but what are you going to do? We'll go out the parlor, because that's the only direction to go. And then back into the entrance hall. Wow! Look at that. Pretty sweet. I was going to say snazzy and sweet at the same time. and be like sneezy, and that was not the word I was trying to say. Okay, well, the only one that lets us actually continue forward is the pool. It adds the locker room, sauna, and pump room to the draft pool. So I don't know how useful those are, but, you know, this is the only one we can add. So now we have a pool that's accessible from the entrance. Cool. Is this an item to pick up, or is this just flavor? I think this is just flavor. Okay. Running shoes, we did get this on day 1. I think this was helpful for outside it procced once. I mean, can't really go into the water here, but cool, I guess. Pool drafting rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. I kind of got that. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. Kind of got that. The odds of drafting a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. That explains why I haven't seen the locksmith room again since day 1. Floor plans are added to draft pool. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. So, okay, we'll be looking out for language that says permanently added to draft pool then. And then no running. Very cute. The bridge and bride, this does not help us at all in the painting puzzle. We already got that, so... I guess we'll just make note of the fact that the pool has these other rooms. Pool... let's see, what does it add? It adds... a locker room, which I assume we will need keys for. It adds a sauna, which I can't imagine being super helpful, and then a pump room, which might be a puzzle room. I don't know exactly what the mechanics of that would be, but that's my guess based on what's been said. It might also just be nothing. All of them are just like random rooms, kind of like the rooms we've been getting from like the green rooms. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We've got the nook, corridor, and passageway. I like the nook here. We get a key and it takes us in the right direction. Bad news is there are 2 ways that this can end poorly, so we kind of have to rely on RNGesus for the nook. Passageway, we get 2 options. Well, with the nook, I guess we could make our way back to the morning room and unlock the door if need be. So this isn't a terrible idea. I think nook is good. Let's see, we got the key. Any items? There is a trunk here. Keep that in mind, I guess. Okay, so we've got a commissary, utility box, or utility closet, and a chapel. Chapel goes nowhere, so it's useless. Thank God. Utility closet dead ends us. Maybe useful, maybe not. Commissary doesn't dead end us. It actually takes us the right direction. We don't really have much in the way of money, but it's not a bad spot for a commissary, so maybe we'll have it. And we haven't made this yet. Without? With clock, without lock? Oh, okay, this is trying to hint to us that the letter is like 1 off. So the clock has a C, the lock is without the C. And so that's what it's trying to tell us here. Unfortunately, we already know that this word is from crack, so we know that this whole thing is kind of useless for us right now. But okay, cool, nice. Oof. The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 6. Sorry for any inconvenience. The good news is we know that this is a lie because of security, so we'll just say commissary will be open day 12 through 16 per typed red note. Because the note was red and it was typed, we know for a fact that that is a lie. We don't have to worry about that. Let us take our notes off screen again. Terminal password, the good news is we already figured out the password. It's just the same note. But yeah, okay. And then annual Maids Day sale, 2 days only. All items up to 50% off. All staff welcome day 20 and 21. Oh my god, that's so far in the future. So I'll just write down 50% off sale day 20 and 21. Maybe this note will be in the future. Maybe it'll just go away. Who knows? But the point is I wanted to write that out. I will note that the day 20 and 21 is typed in red. I don't know that that's actually significant, but I do want to make note of that. No items to pick up, unfortunately. Thank you, Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Okay, we got banana, gems, and keys. I can buy a banana. Can't buy a gem, can't buy a key. We already own the metal detector. Okay, very, very useful day. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't really do much with that, so cool. Security is not a bad one here. In fact, security looks like the only one that branches, so that might just be our pick. Walk-in closet's nice, but unfortunately, the dead end is terrible for us. So we'll walk into security. We did think this was a K, so if this is a P, then this would be a peak, maybe? Peak P? I think so. Okay. CCAM 123. This is the same one as before. Oh, we can add our upgrade disc in here, I guess. That's nice. Let's see, what do we get? Closet, okay. We'll take an upgraded closet. So, select the floor plan to upgrade this room. Oh, good lord. Okay, we definitely... the empty closet is really rough. 4 extra items if drafted, adjoined to a red room. I don't know how I feel about that one. Bedroom closet, 2 extra items if drafted, adjoined to a bedroom. Hallway closet, plus 1 extra item if adjoined to a hallway. I feel like there's not a lot of bedrooms. Yeah, bedrooms are rough. Hallways I can definitely see myself getting, although... yeah, you know what? There are ways to dead end out of a hallway. Usually there's like more than one way through, so... I will say hallway closet is the way to go. Cool. And it keeps our 2 items if we do want to just go with that. Cool. So... there are red notes there as well, which is interesting. Any items to pick up? Pretty sure I checked all of this, but... you know, you can never be too safe. This is headed south, so if we dead end here, that's actually a good thing. Ooh, okay, so... Furnace is an interesting one. You're more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. I don't know if the furnace is that useful here, but I kind of want to try seeing if there's anything useful from the furnace, or something to learn from getting the furnace. So, we're gonna draft more red rooms, I guess. Oh man, this is rough. Is there anything to get from this? There's a dig spot. Get a turnip. That's nice. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what else the furnace is useful for. I guess that's kind of a bummer. Oh well, we tried. I guess I'll write down furnace equals dead and maybe future. Because maybe there's something to do there in the future, but for right now there is literally nothing. So we'll just keep making our way up north here. Lavatory dead ends us. Laundry room dead ends us. Dark room does not dead end us, but kind of an unfortunate spot here. We are more likely to draw red rooms, so I guess we can keep that in mind. Good news is we don't need to see the photos or anything like that in here. Bad news is we did find a lever last time we were in the dark room, so it's possible that there's like some item hidden in here. We just don't know yet. Okay, so we're more likely to draft red rooms here, so this might be a lavatory, which is kind of unfortunate. I'm just gonna pick this middle one, hoping it's not. Save our gem. It's a maid's chamber, which is a room, but also we get less items. So, okay, not the best pickup ever. Any items in the room? That would be funny. That'd be an irony if there were items in the room, despite the fact that it says less likely. I'm not seeing anything that I can pick up, which is unfortunate. So, in the maid's chamber, we do see a staff notice from Mrs. Babbage, who we know to be the head of staff. So let's write some stuff up, okay? Maid's chamber. Let's maybe not have too many overlapping letters. So we got the maid's chamber, and inside we basically just see this staff from Babbage. So we know Babbage left us a note. And here, let me turn the notes off while I read this. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Okay, wait a second. Okay, well, hold on. Oh boy. So we know Friday is November 6th. Since we know today is actually day 3 is 11:08. We know today is Monday. I'm pretty sure, right? No, we started, okay, no, actually, wait, so we started on the 7th. Then yesterday, day 2 was the 8th. This is the 9th. 3 days from Friday would be Monday. I was correct that it was Monday. I was incorrect in thinking that today was actually, what is it? And I was incorrect in thinking it was the 8th. But the point still stands. We know what day today is now. We know it's Monday. Which means what? If there's a time-based puzzle that's asking us to know what the date is, we'll have to kind of work back from it. So one of the things we'll probably keep track of now every day is like, we'll say day 4 is 11-10 Tuesday. And then we'll kind of keep going from there. But like, that's the kind of like note system. Now we can keep track of like what day of the week it is, what day of the month it is. We know this now. Thank goodness. We have something. We have something to work with. Simon did not keep a lot of notes handy on himself. We have to figure this out for myself. Very helpful. Okay, good that we drafted a red room, I suppose. Door is locked. I don't like this. Oh my god. The rumpus room. Does this take us anywhere good? No, it does not. The archives. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. That's not great. The weight room, lose half your steps. Also, not amazing. The archives might be interesting. I could see myself getting like a lot of notes out of an archive. So let's draft it. Why not? We only have one direction, so if it's locked, we're kind of screwed here. There is a gem. That's nice. Let's see if there's anything else to pick up here. Oh, wait, hang on a second. This box has something written on it. 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, or 4, 3. Oh, good lord. Can I crouch? Dude. Come on, Simon. Work with me here, buddy. Maybe there's one that's written a little higher up. Oh, man. If I have to read the number off of that, I'm going to be so upset. Dude. There's no way. Okay. Okay, this is the one. Okay. It's not written anywhere else. You see? Okay. Ah, jeez. I can't tell 100% what this number is. Okay, well, let's start by unhiding my notes here. Okay, so archives. We have a box with a number, and that number is 5634 564 564. It's so hard to tell. 5678. Okay. 6, 7, 8. I don't know if a code this long is actually that useful, but like, you never know. It says dates are really the important thing according to the paintings, but yeah. Oh. Okay, oh boy, there's a lot here. Oh no, there's dates. Lots of dates. Oh no. Oh goodness, okay. Let's just write down the date. August is 09, right? No, that's September. August is 8. 08, 22, 19, 85. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book, Swimbird, has been chosen as the Herald Literacy Medal blah 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 Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort, which I assume is The Red Prince, because she's had 3 other books, one of them being, where is it? Where did I write this? Is it here? Where did I write all this stuff? Where did I write stuff? Come on. There it is. Swimbird and A New Clue. So it's between Red Prince and A New Clue. Those are the 3 titles of note here for Simon's dear mother. So things to keep in mind, I guess, as we keep going. She was no stranger to the public eye, even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. Basically all stuff we kind of know, but I just want to note the date, I think, here, because once again, dates seem important. January 01 27 1986, and also 83. We're confirming now that I think with this photo, MMJ is not her ladyship. I'll just do HL. We'll do this in quotes, because her ladyship had a mole under the right side of her face, or on the right side of her face, not under, like under her eye, I think, or maybe by her mouth. Point is that's on the right side of the face, but you can pretty clearly see, like, right side of her face, it doesn't appear to be a mole in that spot. So I think it's pretty clear that MMJ is not her ladyship. So let's see what happens in 86 here. Swimbird author, Jesus, I'm losing it. Swimbird author never considered herself success. By Gail Hermes, Herald staff writer. I guess we'll just say, since we have an author, we'll just write by Gail Hermes. This might come up later, who knows. We know that they are from Herald staff writer. Okay, cool. We have them. Okay, I don't think that's important, but we'll see. She confided, my son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there. Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, The Red Prince, which I guess, on this first page makes sense. We kind of suspected it was The Red Prince, but now it's confirmed, is based on her son, and his inflexible love of the color red. Now, here's the interesting thing. It doesn't necessarily say that this is Simon, because again, with bunk beds, we know that Simon may have an older brother, but okay, interesting. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed the book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. We did kind of talk about the theme of narrow-mindedness with the color red, so I could see that interpretation. We'll say MJ wrote the Red Prince. We'll just do another line. Prince based on Sun. Now the thing is, based on the bunk room, it's actually unclear if this is like Herbie or Simon P. Jones. It's a little unclear. There's room for interpretation here so far. Okay, we'll keep going, but I'm gonna draw my next arrow in advance as we continue. Okay, we've got 11, 19, 19, oh my god, 86. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning and his publisher, Philip White, were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on the leaked dossier, naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Okay, a lot of things to kind of think about. So, there's like, okay, we'll say there's like a dossier of 36-ish names linked to Trinsdale bombing. And we'll say 4 dead as a result of that bombing. So the 2 names that we get here, we have Caleb Manning, and we know he is a writer. Person of interest, and we'll say person of interest. Okay, cool. Simply on victims of unfortunate happenstance. Yeah, it's a little confusing. And we'll say the other person that appears here is Philip White. And we will also put person of interest. The popular author and Mr. White. No, he's just a publisher. Jesus. Publisher. So he's the publisher of Caleb Manning. Caleb Manning's a writer. Philip White is a publisher. Group, we'll say bomb group equals RLCF. And we'll say that is the Children of Blackwater, which RLCF does not stand for Children of Blackwater. Okay, that would be TCBW, so that's confusing. The children of Black Water. Again, whatever that means. Was there another location? I thought there was another location that was Ruffington Press. Okay, yeah, so Ruffington Press. We'll just make note. Press. Ruffington might be another location now that we are interested in discovering more about. Don't know yet, but okay, cool. So that takes care of that so far. Let's see what's next sheet. Manning and White. Okay, this is at the press function, but that does answer who they are a little bit. Reddington Herald, once again. I guess we'll just open our notes up again, why not? There's just a lot here that we gotta run through. So we've got November 17th. We don't have a year from the Reddington Herald, but we'll assume this is the same year, so 1986. We'll do this in blue because we are unsure, but we're pretty sure. But 1986, okay. So that is our year there. Local author and popular personality Marian Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press. Ruffington Press being the, I think, publisher that Philip White is running. Citing personal reasons, the announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, who Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. So from here, we have Caleb Manning equals MMJ mentor. Cool. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the wave down a local man. This is the third major last year, it is anticipated. Charged by the Crown. Manning was the last blank. The trial begins Tuesday, expected to last up to 7 with grand treason. So you don't get the whole thing, but like CM involved in major way. And we'll even do like, what is it, grand treason? We'll write that down. I think this is more important to lore bits. And this might have to do with why Simon's mom is dead. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Did I literally just call it? Oh, amazing. Hang on. February 02, 22, 19. What did I try and run? 887. Is that at the bite of 87? No trace is discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marian Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. So, we knew that she was gone, dead, whatever, because Daniel, who is Simon's dad, was pissed at Harold, aka Great Uncle Baron Harold S. Sinclair. He was mad at him for covering up this disappearance. So MMJ disappears. I'm pretty sure I'm spelling disappears wrong. Just ignore that. Disappears at, we'll say 3:45 p.m. on Friday. We'll do the whole thing. 100 bells. We'll try and write that a little more clearly. Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Okay. So she got into carriage, never seen again. So this disappearance, because of its proximity to all these other sort of stories, it's feeling a lot like something to do with this publisher incident is the cause of her disappearance. So something to do with the, what do you call it? The Children of Blackwater. Whatever that means. You know? Who knows? But okay, so let me draw a little arrow here just so we know where we're leaving off. How many pages? This is the last page. So this is the last one we gotta go through. 09, 02, and then we'll write down 1987, because I'm assuming it's the same year. That's 1987, and it definitely didn't happen 1993, so it's somewhere in this range. I guess it could have happened 1993, but like this is the range of years we're looking at. So it's a 6-year gap. 6 years, by the way, 87 to 93. That is actually the exact same gap as we were talking about in the morning room. The morning room referencing a 6-year disappearance of Simon's mom. So that is pretty interesting to keep note of. Okay, here we go. Let's actually get into the meat of this. Let me turn my notes off while I read here. So, priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries, which is where Simon and Daniel are living, or were living, when Daniel made the note to Simon that we found in the mailroom. Just kind of linking everything together, right? Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia had arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels... Oh, I'm in the way, huh? Let's, boop, boop. Actually, we can keep this. Stupid. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Ares, the priceless crown jewels. The priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. Ooh, spooky. Whoopsies. That's what we wanted. I was trying to turn the reactive thing back on, and it turns out I just turned off the game. Oh no, where'd the game go? It's all notes. All right, sorry. I'm messing around. We have fun here. Okay, so let's turn the notes back on. Oh boy. Okay, so let's try and figure out what exactly is the important info here. Let's piecemeal this out. So, we have another mention of this Fen Ares location, and the artifact that is stolen is the ruby crown. We'll write this in red. Ruby crown of, was it Orinda Ares. No. That's not how you spell it. Ares. That's how you spell it. Stolen. It's been stolen. And we'll just write a little note here that it is priceless. Whoa. So the question that we're having here is why this note in particular is in the same binder as all these other notes about Simon's mom, right? This seems like a natural stopping point, but this is actually the last page here. So maybe whoever wrote this, whoever wrote or made archive scrapbook, okay, can I write things that actually look like letters? That'd be awesome. So whoever made the archive scrapbook, I think, suspected the initials here that we're using, that the RLCF, which is the bombing group. Who knows? But I think they might have suspected that they are behind the theft. So that's my game theory, why this is being called into question. I think the material point of this is something valuable was stolen from the royalty, and this RLCF seems to have like this anti-royal bend to it. And Caleb Manning, Philip White, this Caleb Manning guy seemed to be kind of sort of connected to Simon's mom, aka Mary, right? So that's where we're going with this. I think that's the putting the strings on the corkboard. I think that's where we're at. So with that, I think that is all we can find in the archive room. Can you believe it? We sat here for like freaking 5 years trying to figure anything out. Let's turn my notes off. We can go up, and going up, would that help us at all? Let me check notes one last time. I know this is a great time. Yes, actually, the note here would help. So paintings, if we do end up going north, that would help us. So lavatory passageway or archived floor plan. Passageway is nice, but we lose all our gems. But it also gives us 3 opportunities if there's locked doors. So that might be the play. We'll go passageway. I don't know. This might be a mistake. We'll see. with the boiler room or the furnace room, whatever the furnace, that is just gonna make everything hard. That's locked. I think all of these are gonna be locked, huh? No, this is not. Okay, we gotta go with the archived one, and it is a gymnasium. We can go up here. Let's see what's in door number 2. And it's locked. Okay, well, look, you can't say I didn't try. We have plenty of steps, so it's not like a huge loss here. The hint here, actually, we do have, so we don't need this. There are no drawings or paintings in the passageway, which is unfortunate. If this is locked, I will cry. It is not, so we are fine. Greenhouse is an end room. Ends our run. Spare room does not end our run, but it does not have items in it, so we go further in, but at what cost, man? I feel like we're just prolonging everything at this point, so... Oh, you can see outside. That's cute. Oh, I like that. Huh. I don't know if this is useful for anything. I can't really tell if that's useful. I don't know. I guess we can just see outside. That wasn't a thing before with the spare room, so that's cool. Corridor is kind of nice here because it's always left unlocked. So we know for sure we can make it to rank 9 if we want. Kind of a goofy way of doing this. The unfortunate news here is, wait a second. Oh man, the spare room would have been nice to get paintings in because I don't have that, but I do have this corridor. This corridor is a T, which is unfortunate, but I think we're gonna go corridor. We might get a key in here, or some item, but in fairness, the maid's chamber made it less likely that we get items, so I don't know if that just counteracts the rabbit's foot and we just have normal spawn rates. Observatory requires a gem. Guest bedroom we don't need, so we're gonna go archived here and pray that it actually is decent. It's a lavatory. We don't need this. We know it's an E. It doesn't look like there's any items on the counters. So, is that just the day? Is that the day? We can't go anywhere else because these are locked. We don't have any keys. So I think we call it a day. What a weird third day, huh? What a weird third day. Yeah, call it. Because there's nothing outside I can get. I assume we have to solve something inside to get outside to do something. The red villa. Yeah, we got a lot of red rooms. But it's just because of that furnace. It just absolutely tanked everything. So I wrote a whole bunch for this particular day, and now we know for sure that today is Tuesday, November 10th, day 4. So I think we'll go through day 4, and then we'll probably call the stream. I'm going through these days a little bit faster now that I don't have to take notes on every single room we find. That's pretty nice. And the more times we look through a room, the less times we'll have to take notes on it. So hopefully this will just kind of collide into like this whole like, oh, hey, Pie Man's got the answer for everything. Amazing. Right now, not the case. But yeah, let's see. Does this letter ever change? I mean, it seems like the same letter every time, huh? This doesn't change. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. So we just start the day fresh. I don't know. Let's see here. Corridor, hallway, bedroom. Hallway's nice here. It opens us up and it gives us a key. We'll just go. Thank you for the key. It's a bit unfortunate that we lose the other key, or the what is it, the storage room keys, or the whatever the, oh god, what is the actual name of this? I'm gonna lose my life. The safe deposit box key, that's what it was. We don't get those anymore, which is a little bit on the unfortunate side. Okay, let's see, sorry. We've got utility closet, storeroom, and pantry. Pantry opens us up, but I kind of like the idea of having a dead end down here early on. So I don't mind storeroom here. I kind of want a utility closet further up. Makes more sense to have it further up anyway. Is there any other items? It doesn't appear to be the case. So we will head out. Okay, cool. Do we want to open the hallway? I guess we open it, just see what's in here. Den, not bad. Commissary. I like a commissary. We'll add a commissary in there. That might be useful. Any items on the floor that I can see? Doesn't appear to be the case. We're trying to conserve steps a little bit because, you know, I don't know exactly when we'll run out, but I don't want to find out. Do we want to make a loop with the kitchen? That would be stupid. Chapel would also be pretty dumb, considering we have 1 gold and only 1 gold. Bedroom is kind of a pick. Kind of a crap pick, to be honest, but it's probably the best pick that we have here. Let's see what's in door number 3. Parlor is probably the best one here. Get me the gems. All the 3 boxes are empty. This box and the blue box are empty. Knew the rules. Hopefully, but nice. Pantry is a... If we get like a sleep mask or something, that might be good. Because I think sleep mask, first time you enter a bedroom, you get 5 steps, is the way that works. Security opens us up 2 directions, corridor only 1. We lose a gem, but I think that's a worthwhile cause. I think on the computer, we want to... Swan song. We want to send ourselves an item in the mailroom, I think, is the way that this is going to work. Come on, connect me to the network, bro. Okay, cool. So, was it data transfers? No. It's not electronic mail, because that's the office, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe I logged in for no reason. Maybe it's inventory. I know it's from the computer terminal. State inventory. No? Okay. How the hell did I send myself an item? Hang on while I futz around with the computer for like 5 more years. Let's see. Come on. Oh my god, this is going to take 5 years. Maybe it's staff services. Special orders. There we go. Place an order. I think so far we've had a lot of need for a magnifying glass. I've noticed like 5 or 6 times where a magnifying glass would have helped. So I think I'm just going to get the magnifying glass. And next time we get a mailroom, probably next stream, we will be able to utilize that, unless this run ends super early, which would kind of be unfortunate, but not unfair, I suppose. Let's see, coming out this way, I don't mind a closet. Guest bedroom is okay too. Spare room keeps the item running though, or the run going with 2 different directions. The only thing is, like, I'm a little low on items, which is why it's a little annoying. I think we have to go closet, because, like, I have no inventory items, and I have, like, literally a coin. What is this? A single ivory die. While drafting, you may use the die to roll new floor plans. Okay, so it acts kind of like the drafting room. That's nice. We do have the painting puzzle for this room solved, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let's go north here. Laboratory. Ooh. Experimental house features. The other nice thing about this is we know that this is a terminal room, so it has something in here as well. Experimental house features. I don't know what that means, but I'm interested. It also doesn't lead to a terrible spot, so sure, why not? We'll try it. Oh, good. It looks like a guys. Who does this remind you of? Real quick. What does this laboratory corkboard remind you of? Remind you of anybody in particular? Oh my goodness. Dude, it's me. It's literally me. So much stuff here. Okay, well, actually, I might zoom into my notes a little bit to write some new stuff down for the laboratory, but we'll kind of have it as like its own separate thing. Laboratory. Cool. Let's turn the notes off for the time being, but we'll come back to these notes as we start puzzling. Every day I'm puzzling. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. So right now this machine will do nothing. But if we have additional power from the boiler room, then it'll do something, is what this is saying. And this is I assume it's a blue note, so I assume it's true. It doesn't look red anyway. Okay. Kimberly Thompson. Wait. We saw this. We saw Kimberly Thompson before. Oh, we're losing hella frames. Uh-oh. Hopefully we're okay. Looks like we lost 72% of frames 4 minutes ago. Hopefully most of this is legible, but if not, I guess we can mess with that. But hang on, we found a K Thompson before. We go to my notes here. We actually found them. Where is it? Yeah, over here in the receipt info. So Cinca Co. This is grandpa or great uncle's company, and it was packed by this K Thompson. So Kimberly Thompson is K Thompson, confirmed. So Kimberly, the person who wrote this note, also packed us that sleeping mask the other day. So we'll just keep that in mind as well. Yeah, hopefully I'm not still losing frames. I'm not seeing any notifications about lost frames. I'll take a look real quick. Ooh, 25% a minute ago. I don't know. It's less frames than before, admittedly, but a little worrying. Do we pause stream to wait for the frames to catch up? That's the real question. I wish I had noticed this before. 8 minutes ago, the stream disconnected. What? Oh, shoot. Wow. Wow. Okay, well. Hopefully that didn't affect you guys too bad. It's really weird because my stream was still going on my phone. I have my phone pulled up with the stream just so I can see chat, but for some reason the stream never stopped, so I didn't notice that the stream went down. Unlucky. Okay, well, I guess I don't know what would have been missing from that. We'll go over my notes another time. Hopefully nothing too important was lost. I guess I can go over my recent decisions. Basically, we opened the security. room from the Nook. We ordered ourselves a magnifying glass because that's useful. We also got a hallway closet because we desperately need items in this run. We did not get any particular items. We got a key and a dice, which can re-roll rooms. And then we just opened up the laboratory, where we can potentially power this machine with power from the boiler room. It looks like this might be the power thing. So this thing might power rooms. So we might have to be particular about like which rooms are powered in order to get this puzzle solved. Yeah, I don't know. This looks like a pain in the butt, but yeah. What is this? This looks like a lie. Effective immediately, electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. I don't know what that lie means, but interesting. So there's a periodic table here, which, if you notice, there was another periodic table with things written on it. We'll take note of both of those in a second. Oh man, heating and cooling curves. Complete thaw. This would be where a magnifying glass would be useful. Lab technician Randolph M. Atmospheric pressure 93 kilopascals. Test 205. Ice. This is like water then, right? In theory. I don't know. Can't look in the magnifying glass. Okay, let's read this. Let's read this first. We've had this open for a minute. I typically work over at Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I have been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Okay, so we will write in our notes here in the laboratory. First of all, terminal. Terminal. Ooh, woohoo, woohoo, yay, exciting. Then we have Kimberly Thompson. Lab tech. And assisting more, maybe, is the last important thing here. Assisting more. We'll put this in quotes. I think that's about all the important info we can glean from that. We do have this note here, the heating and cooling curves. I really don't think any of the actual content here is going to be that important. Well, okay, maybe a little bit, okay? So, fucking freezer at 93 kilopascals. That's the only number I can see. And we'll say test 205. This is all I can see as being like maybe important to note. Because freezer sounds like a location in the estate. And then our technician here is Randolph. And then it says M. I'm going to assume that this is more. We'll write this in blue because I'm unsure. But this seems pretty promising. It's the only lab tech that we've come across that has an M, and we'll just say lab tech. Amazing. Okay, cool. So now that we have that taken care of, we have this periodic table of elements puzzle, as well as this list of numbers. This goes up to 12. This goes up to 10. I don't know that these are necessarily related. This machine requires additional power piped from the boiler room. So let's start by writing 1 through 10 lab puzzle. Needs power. Power from boiler room. Boiler room. Okay, so that's the case. We don't really know much else about this puzzle in particular, but we do know that this periodic table of elements, periodic table, we'll just say we know there is a 1 through 12 here. We'll just write this out, I think, actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know these off the top of my head. I do know that this one is hydrogen, which is actually 3, so hydrogen is 3. And then the rest of these off the top of my head, I don't 100% remember. 8 and 12 we'll get now. Those are the second line here. That is going to be F and NE, so 8 and 12. Let's go 8 F and then 12 neon. Okay, cool. That takes care of that. 2 is kind of adjacent to that 8 there diagonally, which makes it S, which I believe is like sulfur or something. Okay, cool. That takes care of that. Next up, we've got 911. Okay, listen, bro. Look, dude. Telluride and iodine, and then, whoops, okay. TE, I, and then, I did catch that, actually this is I, and I did catch that 10 was RN here. So, 5 is, 5 is in a really tricky spot. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blank, then 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's RE for 5. Okay, and the rest I think are down on this below chart here. So we got 6. So let's do 47.16. I think that's an easier way to look at that. So 47 THPA. PA. Or 47, I think. PA. We'll come back to that in a second. And then it's PU-EU. PU-EU? I think so. Or no. No. Hang on. PA, PU-EU. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Let's see. Is that the number? Okay. So we have all our numbers here. So we have P, U, S, H, T, H, R, E, E, U, P, A, F, T E. I feel like maybe some of these are wrong. RN. No. Push 3 up after 9. Okay, that's our lab hint for the lab test thing. I don't know. Cool. Do we feel smart now that we've solved the puzzle and gotten nothing for it? I don't, but listen, man, it's fine. None of these equations or anything seem to be that significant. I'm just taking a quick peek, seeing if anything stands out as like, ooh, hey, maybe that's something. But a lot of this looks like a mix of like physics and chemistry and lots of chemistry. A lot of geometry related stuff here, which is fun. It just looks like a mess of everything. Chemistry is definitely huge here. Beakers and what have you, but okay. Up 3 after 9, I guess, is the solution we came to from the periodic table. Great. Do we get out of here? That's the real question. Because we basically wrote down everything we could here. We need a key, but we have keys, thankfully. We're not screwed on keys. We do need to use the pantry. We're not getting a lot of, like, spread, like, options. We're always getting, like, one exit, which I'm not liking. But we gotta go with the pantry, unfortunately. We'll take our apple. That's nice. Take our 4 coins. Any other items? Sometimes there is. But it does not appear to be the case. This is also a room we know the painting solution for, so we don't need it. Spare room is likely going to be unlocked at rank 5. So I'm comfortable going for... Well, hang on. Actually, yeah, we'll do spare room. Although what I will say is it would have been nice to... I guess we got a couple of steps. We can go back. I'm going to turn the security down so that maybe we get fewer locked rooms. I don't know exactly how this works, but... Keycard system settings. Change set security level. Low. Confirm setting. Would be nice to not burn through keys like crazy, so that's worth updating, if that is the case. Okay, cool. So let's go back now to the spare room. Oh my god, it's the only room we can access. What a surprise that I'm here. Okay, I like the den. We open up 2 spaces. The office is the 3rd terminal, but we can't use it because it's too many gems. But yeah, I think den is probably the best here. We don't want to use our dice yet because things aren't dicey. So I'm so sorry. I deserve to have everybody dislike right now. Usually there was a trunk in the den, but it doesn't appear to be the case now. Maybe I just got really lucky. Or maybe I'm really unlucky right now. That's okay. We do have a 10 and a coast. 10 coast. Huh. Okay, I think this is part of the puzzle we don't know yet. So we probably do want to figure this painting side of things out, right? Yeah, we don't have this one yet. We know this word ends in S. That's all we got, so. Huh. It's like a coast or a shore. This is like a 10 tag. Necklace. I don't know. Dog tag. Yeah, man. I'll have to sleep on this, I think. Yet another one of these rooms. Let's see if there's an unlocked door first. There is not. Okay, well, this one takes us further in, so maybe that's the one we want. Chapel lavatory corridor is the one. Yay. Okay. I'm not liking this run, to be honest. This day kind of stinky. We got a clock and a tie. Huh. Clock tie. What in the... Oh, man. Oh, there's something here. I'm missing this. I don't know. And yet another one that I'm not 100% sure on right now. Great. Dark room takes us further in, potentially, towards the antechamber, too, which I do like. Although kitchen also takes us towards the antechamber. Even if it's locked, it's not a huge deal. I guess it doesn't really matter, because I'm pretty sure those antechamber doors are going to be locked because of the lever stuff that we kind of talked about before. But I guess we can see the locked rooms. Which way do we want to go? Left or right? I think opening this up might be nice because we have a little bit more space on the east side that we can mess with as opposed to the west side. So we'll probably go kitchen here. Okay. Let's check out our food. Tomato soup, 5 steps for every red room in your house. That would have been nice on the last run, huh? Club sandwich, I mean, classic, and then we got a banana. Oh. Apparently there's a trophy room, and we have plus 10 steps if we have it. For the stuffed wild quail. Very interesting. Are there any items in here, or is it just kind of empty? There is still this dog food, this bowl and stuff that we have yet to see any sort of like dog for, so maybe that's a thing, maybe it's not. Hopefully this is not locked. It is locked. What a shock. Courtyard. Terrible pick here, but we don't really have much else of a choice. We could redraw here, but I think well, hang on. Am I okay with losing this? No. Chapel is nicer, actually. We lose a coin, but we get access to the antechamber from below, which, I mean, just for science's sake, I mean, why not? We lose a coin here, which sucks, but who knows? Maybe there's an item. Maybe there's an item. Oh, here's the antechamber. Okay, yeah, so there is a lever that opens this, I assume. We found one in the Great Hall that opens the east side, but we cannot seem to open the south side yet. We did find a broken lever on one of the runs in the dark room, but I've yet to find that again or find where that goes to. So that's unfortunate. Billiard room is kind of icky, but it's kind of the only option we've got, so we're going to billiards room, baby. Crown and Crow. We do know that this is an N, actually, because this is on the east side. We do know that this is N. This is T. We got this E, E, L, S. So we've got quite a few letters on the east side. I'm not super concerned about that. Here is this. If this wasn't obvious enough, this is a math puzzle, which doesn't require the knowledge of darts, according to the letter we found in, I think it's the guest bedroom. Anything behind the counter here? Come on, man, throw me a bone. I got like nothing in my inventory, and for what? Come on, anything at all. Oh my gosh. Okay, Hang on, let's try and see if we can figure out this puzzle. So, we've got plus, minus, multiply, divide. So, 17, maybe. If we're assuming... Plus, minus, multiply, divide, maybe it's that order. So, 11 plus 8 would be 19. Minus, so 20 minus 3, 17. 11 minus 3 is what, 8? 2 times 5 is 10. 15 minus 11 is 4 times 3 is 12. Where is 12? I know how to play darts. Oh my god. Genius. I really did just hit the mute key for Discord. Amazing. Good job. We found the silver key. Unlocking the door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. I'll keep that in mind. So... silver key is actually pretty good if I want things to open up. Kind of sucks that I don't have much in the way of items right now, but I guess we'll keep on keeping on. This north side, it will probably also be locked unless we get like a Great Hall or something. That would be insane. Although with Great Hall we need it would be like locked doors, and we need more keys for that, so that would kind of suck. And I don't even think we can get a Great Hall this far back, to be honest. So we've got the pool, which requires a gem. We've got bunk room. We've got dark room. Dark room could take us to an antechamber as well, but we don't really get much out of this. We don't really get much out of any of these. I think all of these kind of suck. We've explored all of these as well, which does not help. I guess maybe the pool is fun, although we run out of gems if we do that. I'm like half thinking like maybe we redraw, but I think the other half of me is like, this is very likely a dead end. We'll go pool. We'll go pool. Why not? We lose out on a gem, but okay, we can see the antechamber now from another angle. So I think it's pretty obvious that like this east side would be open if I open the Great Hall door. This is a match, and wait, fire. What did I say this was? A fur? This is not fur. Fur and fire, that's not right. Is it like wheat and heat? Oh, okay. Okay, maybe this is actually not EE and that's WE. Let me rewrite that real quick. WE? Okay. Maybe there's like a 5-letter word with WE at the end. I don't know any. I feel like it's got to be a very limited pool of words that could be. Pool, get it? Because there's like draft pool and we're in a pool. There's so many layers to this joke, just like the many layers to blueprints. Great, the door is locked. Good thing we've got a key. Let me in, please. Pump room. We got the boudoir and the library. We know the boudoir will give us a gem, which is nice. The library, discover less common floor plans while drafting in the library. That could be nice, but it's probably going to be locked because I hate my life. The pump room, control water flow throughout the estate. That could be fun. I might be able to do something even if the door is locked. I kind of like this. Okay. Let's go with it. Key card. Man, that would have been nice. Utility closet would have been a good pick. But it would have blocked me off. Every single thing I've picked so far has basically been like the only choice that's viable. Um, okay, let's see here. Pump tank schematic. So, tank 1 has 4 units. Tank 2 has 4 units. There's a reserve tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's 4 pumps. Some of them have their own pump. 4 has its own pump. 6 has its own pump. 5 and 3 share a pump. 1 and 2 share a pump. And it looks like there's a lever there. Okay. Okay, you know what? I feel like I should write this down, but the other part of me is like, do I really need to write down all of this info? Like, how hard can it be? You know what I mean? So if we want stuff to go into tank 1, we need to pump stuff from pump 1 and 4. And then if we want stuff into tank 2, tank 4 would definitely do it with, or line 4 would definitely do it with pump 3. Or maybe we pump stuff out of tank 2 through pump 3. Maybe that's how it works. Hang on. So these are the 4, right? So 4 goes straight to the kitchen, 6 goes straight to the pool. So if we want to control the pool, it's pump 4. The kitchen, it's pump 3. So these are the pumps, presumably. And so pump 3, that's the one closest to me here. So if we want it to go out, we push it down. And then we pump it out. Okay. Now the thing is, we do have a kitchen, I believe. Yeah, we have one actually pretty close by. We also have a pool. The pool is full of water right now, I think. So if we want to remove it, we need to go to pump 4 and take it from the pump into tank 1. And actually, we will move stuff like this. This seems about right. Okay, wait. This isn't doing exactly what I thought it would. So, why isn't this... Okay, why isn't this doing what I want it to? So we're saying... Maybe we want it out? I don't know why that works. But apparently that seems to do something. We take the kitchen. Well, we would need to... Okay, geez, this is... I'm losing my mind here. I don't know what exactly this is doing here. The reservoir here... Maybe we want to take stuff out of the reservoir? Okay. Yeah. We take those. Look, just accidentally solving stuff. Love that for me. Did I seriously mute myself in Discord again? I gotta stop doing that because it adds like this really weird like mute button thing on screen that I don't like. Okay, and then this guy we can take out. Correct? Okay, correct. And that opens the kitchen, which is cool, I guess. The greenhouse is 5, which shares a pump with pump 1 with 3. 3 being, I think, the reservoir, right? No. 3 being the aquarium. Okay, sure. Greenhouse. We'll send stuff there. Pump 3 is the one that's kind of off to the side there. So we want to send stuff out of pump 1 and into the greenhouse. Sure. I mean, we're just messing with the levers until the colors do what we want them to. I kind of want to see if we can get the pool emptied. That'd be kind of neat. The pool being number 6. So we want to... What? Oh, I guess it's already positioned in the way we want it, right? So... Sure. Can we see it actually draining in front of me? Yeah, we sure can. I don't know if this is doing much for me, but... add some water to the reservoir, maybe. So... Take some water, put it back in the reservoir. And then we take the rest of the water out of the pool. Okay, it's just going to keep going and going. Love that for you. This does not appear to have anywhere else to go, which is really weird. Because I thought this was supposed to share the water between the tanks, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, I guess maybe this is depending... Okay, so this one tells this pump where to direct flow to. So actually, we need to direct flow out of this guy. Or maybe we direct flow into this guy from the reservoir. I think is how that works. This is the reservoir 1, pump 2, which is 1 and 2. Yes, it is. Okay, let's take stuff out of the reservoir again, because it took it out of this pump here to fill the reservoir, but actually what we wanted to do is to take it out of this guy here and put it into the reservoir. So we'll put this back into the reservoir, but then that'll open up more room in this guy for the pool water. Okay, I'm finally figuring this out after like 7 years of experimenting, you know? It took me long enough. Okay, and then the pool is emptied. Hallelujah. Let's see if anything happens with the empty pool. Ooh, look at this. Oh, well, oh, I thought that was a magnifying glass. It's just a light. I got excited for nothing. I will say, there's a lot of coins. Holy cow, 17. Wow, the chapel's gonna ruin me. No, I'm just kidding. It's gonna give me 1. The kitchen is now... It has water. Is there anywhere else we can go? I guess out the den this way, maybe, is like a direction to go. We don't have a utility closet, so if we do, pump room might be possible to exit out of. Oh. Would security... Could I... Oh, man, that would have been nice to know. If I could have remote accessed into security and turned off the key card, that might have actually been smart. I'm not even thinking about all this stuff. I don't even know if you can do that, but that would have been cool. Oh well, what are you gonna do? So we have all of this stuff. Is there anything we want to be empty? We kind of wanted the kitchen and the greenhouse to be full because they were empty-ish before. Fountain might be nice to drain. I don't know. It's like the only other thing I can think of draining. Fountain is 1. Where do we take 1 from? 1 goes to pump 2. Right now, pump 2 is pointed that way. We'll say it goes into pump 2. We'll have to actually move the pool into this direction. So we'll reverse the direction, basically. With this much money, I think we can buy something at the kitchen to make sure we can make it to the entrance hall. I don't know what this fountain is for, but there was a giant fountain out front, and I think this might be it. I think that might be the case. For now, we'll start by filling the pool, empty the fountain, and see where it goes from there. Good news, I guess, is the fountain and the reservoir share a button, so I think they will work similarly. I don't know. Let's see. Fills up to 4. Can we even fully empty the fountain? I guess we'll do some quick math once this is over. So we get 1, 2 plus 4 things of storage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just barely enough to empty out the fountain. So good for me, I guess. Real quick, before this is fully done, we're gonna just completely fill the reservoir. Let's make sure that it's drawing from the right spot. It is. Okay, so then we fill the reservoir with 1 thing of it. And then we will reverse the direction again and take yet another. I guess we could have gone to the pool regardless, but there we go. We fill 1 more in the pool. The pool is nearly full. Oh my gosh. So crazy. So crazy. And then the fountain is emptying. Okay, so we got a lot of money. We've got an empty fountain. And yeah, we have a potential way out in the den. I don't know. I think the den is locked now that I'm thinking about it. So we'll see the kitchen for sure. Whatever the water does in the kitchen. And then yeah, I don't know. Thank you for taking my money. Would have liked to have kept my money. What does the water do here? We can fill something. Is there like a cup or something I'm supposed to have as an item? Can't grab the pot or anything like that. Oh, wait, hang on. We do need this boat and bat, which means that this letter is O. So the word up here on the second the second row here is blank O blank NT. Aunt or whatever. So there is something there. Blank weed aunt Celeste, you know. I guess I'll just share my notes. Share my notes with the class. Basically, we're looking at like this sort of thing here. We have the WE, we have ONT, we have SL and S. We'll need to sort of figure out more about these rooms as we go, but this is what I got for now. Yeah. These two rooms, I have a feeling are going to be a little bit of like thinking. I don't remember a ton about those rooms, puzzles. We'll just, since we're going through them anyway, let me go ahead and show. There's a clock and a tie. I don't know what that puzzle means quite yet. And then we have a 10 tag thing and then a coast. Still don't know what that means yet. So that for now is where we leave our notes. There wasn't anything to do in the kitchen, so let's try the door here. It's locked. Great. Then I think we go into the entrance hall. And maybe figure out what's going on with the fountain out front, maybe. Figure out what the fountain at all is. I don't know. It was emptied. So in theory, we can do something with that. That hallway we did end up going into. This nook we went into. Drawing room. Drawing room was a good pick here, but I don't think we've been into the bedroom yet, so let's... Oh, we went the wrong way. It's okay. We'll go into the entry hall. Bedroom is neutral, so let's just go in here. We get an apple. Yay. I don't think we find much of anything here. I will say that this image, now that we know that her ladyship does not have a mole, we know that her ladyship has a mole, but Mary, who is Simon's mom, doesn't have a mole. I'm suspecting that this is actually just Simon's mom and Simon's mom's bedroom, Mary. That's who I'm assuming this bedroom was for initially, although I can't say that for certain. So, great job. We went through so many rooms, found no fucking items. Just, what an amazing run. Just, we're loaded with money. Just crazy, crazy stuff. What's in the fountain? What in the fuck is this? Good lord. What is this? What is this? Oh no. This is gonna be a rabbit hole, huh? I guess the title is fitting, huh? Yeah, because we were able to drain all of that. Basement door is locked. Oh. Okay. Hold on, gang. Let's pull up the notes sheet. You thought we were done taking notes, but I was only getting started. Oh my goodness. Let's see. We'll start the notes here for we'll say the pump room first. We'll say drain pool equals money. Lots and lots of money. Love that. Fill kitchen. Equals sink works. Maybe fill something up. I don't know 100% what that's about, but maybe there's something we need to fill in the kitchen. Cool. So we got the fill the kitchen and then drain fountain. Outside. Staircase. To, and since it's written in red, I will also write this in red. Basement. Ooh. What a spooky thing we found. And we'll just note that it's locked. Do I have any keys? No. So it might require a special key, but also I just don't have any keys in general. So not that I would know. But yeah. Okay, cool. um Maybe I'll note that the basement door has red gem. I think that's how we'll note that for now. But with that being said, that feels like pretty much everything we can do. I mean, we went down into the fountain, whatever that's worth. And we kind of were able to explore as much as we could here. Yeah, I mean, this was kind of a crappy day, but this is kind of what we had to do. I guess I'll make a note of this here, as well, since we kind of have this information now. We know that day 4 was a Tuesday and took place on 11/10. So today, or day 5 rather, day 5 is 11/11, and it is a Wednesday. So that's what we know about day 5, which is the next day coming up. I don't know if it's important to know what day of the week it is, but since we have that info, it's just good to track for the time being. Yeah, okay. Well, this is kind of a lot of notes. I wrote a lot in this column, which is kind of funny, but yeah, a lot of notes here. If I make my display gone just for a second while we zoom out, this is big picture, all the notes we took today. Kind of a big day for note taking. If you love notes, oh my god, so amazing. Can you believe it? I don't know how much more note taking we'll need to do for the upcoming days. It feels like I'm taking less and less notes about like each particular room, just because I'm more familiar with the rooms themselves. Unique rooms I am still writing stuff down for, but we're running into fewer of those unique rooms, so definitely not terrible. I think with that, let me get my notes off screen so that we can kind of call things a day. Call it a day. Let's do it. And that, my friends, is day 4 of my in-game days of Mount Holly. It's a rustic villa, probably because of how few rooms there are in here, but I tried getting into the east, and none of the rooms really panned out for me like that, so what are you gonna do? We did a pretty good job, though. I think we made a pretty decent way through the actual estate. Save and quit here. Oh, with that, I think that's gonna take care of this Blueprints live stream. I want to do more of these. I don't know how much stream prep it's really gonna take for me to do more of these streams, but yeah, hopefully it takes less and less prep. I will do kind of like a notes sheet for every single stream, so I might do a little bit of like note consolidation. So puzzles we've already solved, I'll probably just like leave it off somewhere else. Lore stuff, I'll probably leave off as well. If you want to know all the lore, you know, you can rewatch some of these older VODs. Especially this VOD, I went over everything that I know so far, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, I don't know. I think a 4-hour chunk is pretty good for this game as well, so I'm pretty happy with that amount of time spent. And hopefully you guys are happy with the amount of time for these streams. So far, it's like 8 hours of blueprints content. Um, and all I can say is look forward to more this week, because I am definitely not done with this game. So, yeah, maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe I'll see you some other time this week. But keep an eye out. Leave notifications on if you want to see more blueprints. With that being said, take care, guys. Have a good one.